I mean, I hear you. What a moron. Well, good job.
So now that I've botched the introduction, now that we are fixing the introduction, how's everybody doing today? It's DJ AlphaTyler, and we are back again with my friend We Skeem, who is over here. It was funnier the first time I said it. I'm not going to try that hard for a second time. How you doing today, buddy?
Oh, sorry. I was looking at the chat of lies. Duel saying that you're very faint, but then I unmuted the YouTube stream to find that he is a lying sack of shit. Well, I just finished my son's 3-year birthday party.
Yep.
Third birthday party. So I'm in whatever state you would expect me to be in after that.
Fantastic. I mean, it has to lift your spirits up. I did my daughter's 4th birthday party very recently, and at the end of it, I was wearing a cow hat with pink tassels hanging from it and a cow shirt with pink tassels hanging from it, and I felt great.
Dinosaurs for us. I don't know where you got all the cow stuff, but dinosaurs.
I don't know where the cow thing came from either. I think it was like, holy cow, it's her birthday, something like that. Yeah, that's the thing that my wife did.
So, was she proud of that?
Oh, she was very proud. She was exceedingly proud.
She was owning the laugh part of her Live, Laugh, Love posters.
Yeah. She was owning like white girl to the max. You know, like I look around my house because we have
pumpkin spice and
yeah, dog. We got the It's Fall Y'all fucking
my
pillows.
wife put up one of those It's Fall Y'all's up. I was like, I'm gonna burn that.
Yeah, that's.
She had something up in my house. See, I say my house when it's something that shouldn't be in our house. She had something up at my house that said, "If love ain't cool, then cool we ain't." And I had like my entire family come and grill that until we finally bullied her into taking it down.
That's fantastic.
Everyone unanimously agreed. There's nothing cool about love. Getting laid is cool. Love isn't supposed to be cool. Like,
That's
so
very true.
why are you just advertising that we're not cool? Like, I don't need that blitzed in front of me all the time.
Oh yeah. No,
I already feel uncool enough.
we got the Fall Y'all and the farmers market pillows and everything with the harvest corn and during the pandemic we had the pillows that said let's just stay home, and I'm like that's not what we want though.
I mean, I like just staying home, but I'm also antisocial, so.
I'm not gonna lie. After I got married, I bought a house that was as big as like where I lived by myself before I was married, downstairs alone. And so like all the things that I had alone as a bachelor fit into my downstairs. And so basically I just moved my house into my new house, and now like there's a bonus upstairs portion that I don't have to care about.
The basement where my studio is the same size as the first house. It's larger than the first house Mrs. Skeem and I bought. So the studio portion of my house is larger than the first house we owned together when we were married. So there's a kitchen down here, a bathroom down here that I need to add a shower to, because then I just never have to go upstairs again.
Yeah, that's true.
That's the dream.
That is the dream. That's
not really, because I like the kids, but and sometimes I like my wife. You know how that is.
Yeah, I do. I think my wife's watching, so I got to be careful.
I don't know if Mrs. Skeem is watching, but she would not be surprised by these statements.
Yeah, I don't think Sierra would be very much either.
This would not be a shocking revelation for her.
Yeah, Sierra's just kind of like, well, like he feels that way. I already know that. That's cool.
Mrs. Skeem would just throw shots back at me. That's her way.
See, Sierra's getting there. Like, she will sometimes, but she's too quiet for the most part to really like.
There's Mrs. Skeem.
There's
she
Mrs.
just said
Skeem.
I'm watching.
Yep.
See.
So, you do have a couple of happy birthday We Skeems in the chat. Everyone.
Thank you.
Everyone is here, but of course, the reason that we are gathered here today, we are talking about the Artificial project that is dropping next week and week.
I know,
next
6
week.
days.
Yeah. So
6 days. It's crazy.
those old fart jokes are coming soon. Wait, what? Old fart jokes?
What?
I don't understand.
I don't know.
That.
Get back to the.
Anyway, Artificial is coming soon. Album Hop. I'll be here. What up, Dr. Atheist? Yeah. So Artificial, 6 days away. One interesting thing. No. Okay. So I'm trying to think because there's so many questions I have about what's going on with this.
And that's why I wanted to do this, to be honest, is because I found amongst people who have even seen a decent amount of behind the scenes stuff.
Yeah.
A grand heckin' confusion from everyone as to what this is. And I've been like, I thought I made it clear, but I'm also a terrible communicator. Like, I know that about myself. It's weird because there's certain things I can articulate really well and other things that I'm terrible at explaining.
Right.
So I was like, I just need someone to ask me questions that I don't know to answer. So maybe people can know what the hell this project is.
Yeah. So I think the best place to back up, because I think there's some people probably in my community. I know that there's some people who are new to your content, period, in my community that have just kind of gotten active recently, and then some people who maybe have kind of been behind on some of the older content and stuff like that you did do. You want to start off talking about the direction, like what kind of build up, like what, like the We Skeem 2.0, I guess, or however you want to frame that. You want to talk about that first?
Yeah. So if you didn't notice, and I'm still getting DMs from people as they notice, but all my music is off of Spotify, etc. The pop punk stuff still lives on under After the Tone, is the band name. If you know anything about me, you've heard After the Tone before. But all of the pop punk stuff, if you search artist After the Tone, you'll find Pop Punk is Dead and Long Live Pop Punk. And coming in Christmas, I'm going to re-release the It's Christmas Punk EP.
Oh. Yay!
But my other music, most of the rap-inspired stuff is all gone. And if any of it returns on YouTube, it's still on YouTube, whatever was still released on YouTube. But if any of it returns to Spotify, etc., it'll be in a re-envisioned form. The main reason for the shift is, honestly, a lot of the communities I got involved in as my YouTube career had that pandemic blossoming that has fizzled. They've either changed into things that I'm not interested, or they were communities that I was never really in. They just had somehow come around mine.
Yeah.
And I've also kind of gotten over a lot of trauma I had as an artist from when I was younger, kind of near getting a label. After I released the After the Tone album and got closure on that story, if anyone was around during that time, I was really not sure what the hell to do with myself anymore. I did a pop punk album after that, but I was very candid on live streams and in that album. That album changed my my brain as an artist because it rewrote so much of my history.
Yeah.
In such a dramatic way because I got closure I wasn't expecting. I probably should elaborate on that, but I don't know if people know what I'm talking about or not.
I'll say, I personally do know what you're talking about. And that was one of the, when you were first talking about taking all your albums down and everything, and you were talking about, well, I don't know if I'm going to keep After the Tone, and you were kind of, shaking on the fence about that a little bit. That was one of the things that kind of stood out to me, I guess, because I was like, that was huge, like that was a big deal, like that was a big thing, that was a lot going on. And so like I do think personally, kind of going through that, getting that closure, moving on, like reopen kind of some of your ties to the music that you were making before, the stuff that you were doing in the past, and kind of moving forward artistically into more than just, not that you were in a box as a rapper, but, artistically into what you really wanted to be doing,
Yeah, it was just really that We Skeem as a concept for music, not at any stage did it ever have any intent of being something that I was expecting a lot of people to want to listen to. I think something that if anyone who's followed my community for any amount of time has heard me say, like a broken record, that almost everything I'd done as We Skeem was tongue in cheek.
Yeah.
A lot of it wasn't supposed to sound good, but it sounded the way I wanted it to sound.
Sure.
A lot of the songs were just stupid for the sake of being stupid. And those really fit YouTube. And they stay on YouTube because of that. Now mixed in there were serious songs that I took seriously.
Yeah.
But I think the closest I ever got to making a song that I made with the intent to be popular was Hit Me. And it's been my most popular song by like a long shot. I invested in a good music video for that song. I designed it in a way that I would expect it to be catchy and for people to like.
Yeah.
And it worked. And but that hasn't been what most of my music is. So as I was kind of like, I was trying to figure out why that was, I think, was a big part of it. Why am I not actually trying with music? I mean, the pop punk I sort of tried, but in a different way. More of I want to pay proper homage to the genre that I grew up on, but not in I'm trying to become famous off of this kind of a way.
Right.
So I was like, why is that? And after releasing After the Tone and getting that closure, I came to the realization that I think a big reason for that was a bit of residual insecurity regarding, well, you already know that once you get anywhere close to success that nobody's going to want you anyway.
Right.
So don't do that. You know, the only thing you should do to try to get commercial success with music is comedy, because then you have the veil of it's just a joke, bro.
Right.
So the Great Reset was me saying, well, I mean, all of the clout and the pandemic wave is gone. So there's no sense in faking it for money or making goofy songs because that's what the people want, because most of the people are gone. The only people that are still around in my community, your community, most of the communities that grew in the pandemic are the people who will rock with pretty much anything you do so long as it's not offensive.
Right.
So I was like, I got nothing else to lose. I've got a lot of demons off my chest. Why not make just a music project that I think for the niche that it's in should be generally liked and could be successful. Not that I think it will be, because I don't have a following right now that can make something like that successful, unless out of the woodwork came everyone who's listened to me before and they all watch this project. Then yeah, the algorithm is going to get a huge boner and push me out, because a lot of people throughout the last several years have interacted with what I've done. If they all showed up for this, then yes, the project could do very well. I just don't anticipate that happening. But for myself, facing a reality where, you know, unless I start getting more studio clients or the economy starts having things get cheaper, I'll probably, you know, have a day job again and still be doing content creation like I was before. At my most popular, I had a day job.
Right.
But I mean, I'm at that point where I'm ready to put to bed the apprehensions towards releasing a song and being able to say, yeah, you could critique this as a regular song, no strings attached, right?
Right.
Because almost everything I've released up to this point, I'm like, well, I mean, you're reviewing this so seriously, but it's a joke.
Right.
So relax. But this project and this new direction is, you know, I'm putting myself out there in that, no, I'm standing by these songs as a good representation of the glitch hop, hyper pop, you know, alt genre that they're in.
Yeah. No, I like that. I like, you know, I don't particularly like glitch pop or anything like that, but
you're gonna have a great time with this album.
I do enjoy though the variety, you know what I mean? I've always been a fan of when artists don't just be like, I'm not just a pop star, or I'm not just just gonna be like it's lame, man. It literally. So when you think about it, when we were younger, like, it was cool. People would put themselves in boxes, and, you know, you would listen to Luda if you wanted to listen to rap, or you would listen to, you know, AFI if you wanted really good punk rock, you know, or something like that. And I still love all those artists, all those groups, and they were all pretty one note. But when you think about it now, when you have people who it's like, so I've been talking to people. I've even mentioned it to you a couple of times. Like I want to start doing like some musical projects where I'm doing a lot of
Yeah.
things. I play the drums, I play the bass, I play the piano. I play a lot of
Gotta
different
let it
instruments.
fly.
Yeah, and it's like, and literally, what do I use my creative platform for? I use it to play video games and talk about other people's music. And it's like, why am I not doing music? It's just, it's boring not to use multiple aspects, but it's also easier to pick one lane and just be like, this is what I'm doing. And I think that's what a lot of people get trapped into, even though there's no reason on a platform like YouTube, on a platform like Twitch, on these platforms, you should have to do that,
You kind of need to if you're trying to milk the algorithm, for sure.
Yeah.
But for me, since YouTube's not really a place to grow your music career in general,
Right.
I have to hope, if I want the music side of what I do to take off, it's not going to be from YouTube. It's going to be from Spotify. So
Right.
that was another part of the reset. Is I have a specific genre that I want to create, that I enjoy creating more, that I can create from the ground up. I don't have to buy instrumentals from people to do this genre. I make every piece of it.
Yeah.
If people like what I do I think the most common genre you're going to hear in this project is what I think they still call hyperpop.
Yeah.
It's the MySpace era stuff. You had different variants of it. Calmer versions would be Owl City, is well known.
Yeah.
But it was in kind of the same vein, just without the hyper. You had like Go Go Rocket Ship, The Ready Set, Hello Goodbye was in that regiment.
Right.
You are the one that lies close to me. It's kind of, and hyperpop's always been something I've enjoyed because it's basically a mix of pop punk and emo with a lot of electronic, like digital instrumentation.
Right.
Sprung in. So it's right up my alley. And so, I'm just like, hey, if I make a specific genre that's my favorite to make when I'm making like music true to myself, sure, there's a much larger chance that I start to get a following on Spotify than this blows up my YouTube numbers. That's for sure.
Right. Schemo music. One thing, and that's something I think I've had to remind myself, is that, music actually still exists outside of YouTube.
YouTube's a terrible platform for
Yeah.
music. You have the biggest artists in the world who pull billions of streams on Spotify, barely break 10 million on YouTube for their music video.
And
like it is the music that flourishes on YouTube does so because it becomes a meme.
yeah.
But it's not where people don't go to YouTube to listen to music. Not most people anyway.
Well, that's the crazy thing though, because of the pandemic, and like you said, that big boom through the pandemic and everything that kept everybody pushing. It was like, oh my gosh, there's just so much going on YouTube. Like we can talk about this. There's ciphers every month, and
YouTube was big during the pandemic, man.
Yeah,
Huge.
and it's like, I'm gonna watch this, I'm gonna watch that, and you lose touch of Pandora, Spotify, well, Pandora was what I was listening to when that started. Pandora's pretty much dead now. But
I think people were still on all that. It's just they had more time to be on their
yeah,
devices.
yeah.
So
And
YouTube filled those gaps.
exactly, and that's the thing, and especially like we were both kind of hitting that. Well, still are hitting that like reaction niche, and the thing is, when you're in the reaction grind, like you're gonna be, whatever's more real time, whatever's more interactive, whatever's more, and YouTube, makes that seem a lot more popular than it is. But then, like I was talking to my brother-in-law, who's only a little bit older than me, while we were on vacation last week. And that was one thing he was pointing. He was like, I don't know how people can sit and look at YouTube all day. And I'm like, yeah. So
I certainly can't.
I'm like, so you don't ever go there though? And he's
honestly,
like,
I could get lost in TikTok easier than YouTube. That's for damn sure.
TikTok is dangerous.
TikTok's algorithm is very, very good, because it actually listens to what you want to watch instead of telling you what you want to watch like YouTube does.
Yeah.
TikTok is taking over because they don't meddle in their algorithm, but that's a different topic for a different day.
Yeah, TikTok is dangerous, period. But so anyway, back to artificial. So you had this reset. You decided to kind of tone in and make the music that you wanted to make more. Now, when you first made that decision, I remember one of the things that you said was you were going to give, music a genuine shot again and really,
Mhm.
double down your effort and push there. How do you envision that a short film slash album that is a very concept? I get the feeling that it's going to be something that goes together, flows together, tells a story. Obviously, if it's coming
Mhm.
together as a short film, it's going to be a story. How do you conceptualize that is your first step in making a push? I guess is
It
my
was a
question there.
tightrope act. The short film had a lot to do with I wanted to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and but I didn't want to lose sight of giving my music an honest chance. So the way I structured the album was very, very much that if you listen to this album and never even knew that there was a short film to it, the album's going to be very satisfying for how it plays.
Okay.
And I just make it that if you watch the short film, you'll just wonder how did I ever enjoy these songs without this short film as well. Even the way that the film's structured, if you could call it a film, I guess you have to based on how we define that. But the way it's structured, I think one of the things that'll give everyone a good insight as to what to actually expect here. The album's runtime, if you listen to the 9 songs, it's a 9-song album. It's
Mm-hmm.
right around 28 minutes and some change. It's a
Okay.
normal length album, just under a half hour. The short film runtime is 34 minutes.
Right.
So 6 minutes is how much you have that is not a song playing. So what you generally see is 45 seconds to 90 seconds between songs when there's a break, because there's a few songs that just play straight back to back without anything that happens in between.
Right.
So you have 6 minutes of scenes that fill the gaps. It's not quite a visual album, as Mrs. Skeem said, because there are actual like scenes between songs, so it doesn't really fall that definition truly. But
Okay.
it definitely has a lot of elements of that. But even the way that the visuals are designed, the way this album originally was going to be released was I was going to release the 9 music videos individually in random order. And then after all 9 of them came out in random order, I was going to release the short film and have people have that holy shit moment. These were all connected. I decided that payoff wouldn't be worth it, and it'd be better for people to just see it as it's supposed to be seen and then release the videos later.
Right.
But because that's how I originally designed it, the screenplay of it, when I wrote out the screenplay before I started filming, is set up in such a way that every single music video stands alone, that if you took it out, it would just look like a normal music video. You wouldn't think anything of it. There would be similar visual things as you watch these videos, like that kind of looks like a similar scene to the other video he did.
Right.
But it makes it that it ties together if you watch it that way. The songs all make sense, and you can hear that the songs actually have lyrics from the other songs that you just heard, and it all ties together very perfectly. But if you are never on YouTube, you don't know I have YouTube, you just found this on Spotify and listened to it, it just makes sense as an album. So it was something that I only was able to do because I knew what I was doing from point A to point Z, right? I knew that I was going to make an album that could be a standalone album and sit on its own. And then when I was screenplaying out the short film, I was like, I'm going to make sure that every one of these songs plays as a music video that could be isolated. But when played together, they have to tie together. So, yeah.
Okay. I and I think that's dope because again, I think you and I even have talked a lot of times about, the difference between if you're going to put out an album, you may as well tell a story with the album. If you're not going to be telling a story with your album, call it a mixtape, drop
Yeah,
it
just
out.
do a mixtape.
But
It's
I
fine.
mean, a lot of people I feel like have kind of shifted their views, and I feel like too, platforms like TuneCore and DistroKid are behind that a lot in how people just view the terms LP and EP are gone now because TuneCore and DistroKid aren't going to let you upload an actual true what we would have known 15, 20 years ago as an EP anymore, because now it's like, oh, but if it has this many songs on it, we don't care what the runtime is.
Yeah.
That's an LP now. And it's like, no, but actually the runtime factors
It's
in
too
here,
short.
but but um I think a lot of people have lost sight of what they're supposed to do with albums, so I think that's cool. I mean, I get that. Talking about because I know with Artificial you're doing a Blu-ray too, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how did you get to a Blu-ray? Because I know like a week ago you were talking about, okay, should we do a vinyl? You know, whatever, would anybody be here for a vinyl?
Well, the Blu-ray was already set in
Yeah.
stone before the vinyl was pitched at all.
Okay. So
Um,
you came into it like 100%, like you were doing the Blu-ray and the album, not just the album.
Well, ever since I knew it was going to be a film, the idea of a Blu-ray was in my head because I just want people to be able to watch it in a way that's not YouTube's compression.
Sure.
That was literally the first, second, third, fourth, and fifth reason for offering a Blu-ray version is because I know how much crappier it was going to look on YouTube than it would
Yeah.
if you had it on physical media.
Oh,
That is why
absolutely.
it exists.
Absolutely.
It's because I know there's people there. I have an anticipation that there will be people that enjoy it enough that they would want to view it the same way they can view anything that they would watch on like Netflix. And the only
Right.
way for me to be able to do that is on a Blu-ray. Because if I try to host it on a website that doesn't have bitrate compression, the charge for that would be astronomical.
Oh,
And I
yeah.
don't even know any websites that a regular person like me who has access to it that has a bitrate compression that wouldn't make it look like crap. Like, Netflix and all of them make stuff look great, but
Right.
websites that I have access to, no, their codecs do not allow it to look that good. So the only
Right.
way that I could give people a way to experience it in full fidelity that I could think of was literally sell them a disc. It's technically 1080p instead of 4K, but it looks infinitely better than 4K on YouTube, and I
Right.
already tested that in real time.
Well, YouTube does us a little bit dirty, but
It does very dirty, especially since there's a lot of dark imagery in this.
yeah.
And you know how YouTube handles black.
So, speaking of dark
crunch.
imagery, and speaking of like the tone of the album and everything, one of the tracks that you use from it, and I do want to get back to alternate media. I know I'm jumping around, but I don't want to
No,
lose
it's fine.
this. One of the tracks that you got on it is Temper Expectations, and when that first dropped, like because I'd even told you like I'm getting ready to check it out, I'm gonna do a reaction to it when it drops and all that, and you were like, you're gonna be interested. You're like it's you're like it's not
Different.
yeah, you're like it's super different. It's not really like a listen to it every day song. So how did that end up being one of the projects that like I won't say that it's the centerpiece of this story or this album or anything, but it is interesting to me that was a song that you weren't super
Temper Expectations
behind.
was interesting how it got roped into this because I think of all the songs on the album, Temper Expectations and Insomnia are the ones that I wouldn't expect people to listen to on repeat.
Yeah,
If you enjoy the music, I feel like these are songs that you listen to because you're listening to the meaning of the song and you're taking it for that. And sometimes those are the songs people play on repeat. But sonically, those two songs, I would say, rank the lowest as far as having a sonically pleasing sound to them.
right.
Temper Expectations very robotic on purpose. It sounds almost like a vocoder singing the whole thing. It's very 8-bit and very loud
Yeah,
and crunchy. And I didn't think it would be in this project, but it was actually when I was writing, again, I wrote the screenplay to this when maybe only 2 or 3 songs were written. And I was actually trying to figure out what my final track list for the album would be. And writing the visuals of it actually narrowed that down. I had like 12 songs. It ended up being 9 because of how I wanted things to visually play out. And when I was writing it, there was this midsection after Dream With Me, which was going to be kind of like a dream sequence. And I was having a real tough time transitioning into the next song I wanted to do, which was supposed to still be kind of like a dream, but not. But I wanted
Right.
there to be more of like a cemented surrealism before taking you on this next loop. And Temper Expectations just kept making too much sense in how that song has so many themes about being a new day, waking up to a new day, but you know that this isn't actually real. In Temper Expectations, like the first words are like a new morning, like it's a new morning, and I'm so excited
Right.
to go exploring. And that song has 3 main meanings and themes. One of the underlying meanings is being an allegory for school shootings, which doesn't really fit into this super well. But the
Right.
2 main surface level themes have to do with themes that are very much present in this film as well. So the films are, the themes are correct for where we're at. It fit the perfect transition between Dream With Me and Life of the Party that I wanted, and musical style, it is hyperpop. And it's
Right.
one of the few it's really the only hyperpop song I've ever released is We Skeem, where I made the instrumental up to that point. So it made way too much sense to include it. So I was like, I either make another song exactly like Temper Expectations and another music video exactly like it, or I just use it. And it just made more sense to just use it.
Right. Oh, that's cool. So it's not like a redone, remastered, or anything like that.
No, it's pretty much exactly the same. I mean, the audio fidelity was changed a little bit to match the quality of everything else, but
Right.
it just as is made way too much sense.
Right. So did you hit all the instrumentals for the album, like start to
Yes.
finish? Cool.
Yes, everything is mine start to
So
finish.
so that's neat.
Every sound you hear, except for a couple of in between scenes where I use some stock sound effects for certain things,
Right.
everything in this was made by me.
So I'm guessing it goes without saying too, no features or anything like that.
No features or anything like that.
Um so this is the first project I think that you've done that's like just 100% you, right?
Yes. This is the first project I've done that is 100% me.
That's pretty cool. Does that feel like growth? I mean, does that feel like was that intentional? Was that just something that happened or
Um, it doesn't feel like growth. It became intentional. Originally, I was going to have I Don't Know You with Elijah Kyle from After the Tone redone
Mhm.
and on here. But I decided against it. That song will probably get redone still,
Yeah.
but not for this project. It didn't fit the storyboard,
Right.
right? So that removed two things from the album. It removed the parental advisory sticker that originally was going to accompany this. There's actually no foul language in this whole thing, which was not intentional. It just happened.
Right.
And it removed the only feature on the album. And so, kind of at that point, I was like, this is just going to be me. And so, when I was filming the video, I made it a point to. There was plenty of things that I had planned on asking Mrs. Skeem to help me with. That would be easier if she was holding the camera to get certain angles or other things like that. And I just decided, you know what? Why not make this part of it? And I took aesthetic inspiration from Bo Burnham's Inside because I'd always thought if you're doing something like this, you have to have help.
Right.
It just won't look right. And I was like, but Bo literally used the fact that he didn't have help to his advantage.
Right.
He put in the same thing that I've done in a lot of my music videos, additional motion after the fact, digitally, which is easy to do these days with artificial intelligence and a little of your own programming. And I was just like, he set the framework of what the content creator alone creating something format is. And I didn't I've watched his special once, right?
Right.
So I wasn't studying and trying to take from it, but I know there's going to be aesthetic overlap because I make a lot of this feel like you're watching me film it and stuff like that, which is stuff that Bo
Right.
did. But I also feel it plays is very different. I try to make sure it wouldn't feel derivative
Right.
of what Bo did, but I would anticipate highly people will make that comparison if they've seen Inside because it was a major inspiration for the idea of, yeah, I can do this completely by myself.
Right.
And why not actually lean into the fact that this is all fake. This is all one dude doing it, especially since that matches the main theme of the project being artificial. I was like, so why not really lean into that idea? And so that's when I decided that once I knew the song with Elijah Kyle wasn't going to be in there, and I knew every single thing was going to be me, no features, no nothing, I was like, I'm also going to be the only one that films this then.
Right. I think it's pretty awesome because even when I watched the trailer, Something Isn't Right trailer, one of the feelings that I got because there was a
You
lot
want to
of
run that for people so they know what you're talking about? It's
yeah,
short.
we can run that through.
Because I'm sure a lot of people here have not seen it because I see a lot of names that I'm pretty sure are your community and not mine.
I know. And I appreciate everybody coming through because that.
Me too. That was the hope here, is that people that I don't reach on a daily might understand what this project is. It's a very important project to me, and I don't ask that people like it. Just ask that you check it out and tell me you don't like it if you don't like it.
Right.
It's definitely not something you've seen from me before. That's for sure.
Let's see here. Let me pull this up real quick. Well, I'll talk about what I was gonna say from the trailer after it runs through.
Running it.
Yeah, because that
Maybe
way
it should be I Skeem, not We Skeem, says Formula. Well, the we means something different, but I do enjoy that joke. This album was very much I Skeem. I scheme, I all scheme for I Skeem.
a little bit of a detour, but while I'm pulling this up and getting the formatting set up for it and everything, one of the questions I did see on the post that I made on my community tab was what happened while we're talking about kind of your way forward and everything, which I want to talk about kind of in depth in a minute. What happened to like the We Speak and the We ASMR and the other kind of small pet project
Well, the
channels?
other small projects just weren't popular. The only popular one that I abandoned was We Speak. That one actually was decently popular. And I released a final video on that channel, a goodbye for now video. It was it was a year ago in 12 days. A year ago in 12 days is when I did that upload. And I basically did an allegory of the pandemic and what that's done to political divides. And the long story short of that video is we've reached a point of political division that a channel like this doesn't matter, because the only people interested in my content on We Speak already agreed to an extent with my beliefs.
Right.
So it was just another echo chamber. Because in a spot where you don't have as much political divide, where it's not so much us versus them, which has always existed and always will exist, especially in a two-party system, but it's just heightened so much that it used to be, especially even just pre-pandemic, it used to be if I would express moderate political views, most people from the left or the right would go, I don't fully agree with that, but it's definitely making me think about this again.
Right.
Like that would generally be the response for a moderate take. It didn't usually meet a lot of aggressive resistance, because that's what moderates are. They're the middle ground. They're supposed to bridge the gap. Unfortunately, we got to such a place of us versus them that as a moderate, the left assumes that I come from the right, and the right assumes I come from the left. They hear something that's different than what they believe, and all they immediately jerk to is, oh, so you're on that team. And so I realized having a political channel was pointless, because the only people who were even listening to me beyond calling me a libtard or a fascist were already moderates.
Yeah.
And I don't find any benefit in the ego stroking of echo chambers. So I said, until things change, there's no place for me to have a political channel right now.
No, I get that. And, the funny thing about that, I actually understand that a ton, because I know I'm not aggressively more conservative than you, but definitely.
You're more conservative than me. You're a moderate conservative to be sure, but you're conservative.
I'm definitely more conservative. So I don't want to paint the wrong picture and say that I'm just way further, but like, I get more hate from conservatives who are like, you're not in the fight enough, you're on the fence, and I'm like, but I'm not. Like I just don't like Trump. Yeah. I don't like these things. You know what I'm saying? Like, that doesn't make me a bad guy. You just disagree with me. like
it's not we're not in the cultural place for sanity. Anyway, let's run this so you can talk about whatever you want to talk about on this trailer.
Let's do this. I'll just play it through and then I'll talk about what I want to talk about from it. But for everybody who hasn't seen this, I'll share a link to it in the chat real quick too, just so you guys. Wait, no. There we go.
It's fine. They don't need the link right now.
Well,
they're gonna get the gist. They don't need to go rewatch it or anything. You ever look around and get this strange feeling? We can't hear it, unless they can and I can't. They probably can.
They can and you can't, because I'm not sharing a screen.
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah.
You ever look around and get this strange feeling, like there's just something not right, but then you wonder, maybe everything else is going fine, and it's you that's not right. And everything that you look at, whether it's yourself or out there, just it all just feels so there you go.
I actually genuinely appreciate at the end of that kind of the break and the laugh and everything, just because that feels genuine in a trailer about a project called Artificial. But so when I watched that, one of the things that I noticed.
Did you see the teaser on the premiere page?
No, I did. I clicked. Okay, so actually, I clicked onto it to grab a link because I was
You
gonna.
should
I was-
run that to see the others, to feel the other vibe of this project.
Well, let me run that real quick too because I haven't
Yeah,
seen
and
that
then you
at
could
all
talk
yet.
about. Then you could talk about all of them.
Okay.
All of these trailers, aside from like the quick cuts, by the way, they're not actually in the short film.
Well, see, this had started playing. This trailer had started playing for
Yeah.
me when I
Yeah,
was.
so go ahead and run it. This is a fun boy.
Well, I shut it off in panic because I was like, "Is this how it starts?" Like, I'm getting
No.
spoilers that I
No.
don't want.
No, it's a trailer that I made
All right.
specifically for the premiere.
All right, so this one's 45 seconds. Let's run. I haven't seen this one, so I can't be held accountable if I pause accidentally.
Hello, this product has been approved as safe for your consumption. Family friendly. It will make you smile. It is important to smile. We are here to entertain you. We are who you decide we are. We promise to not be problematic towards your entertainment. We promise to not interfere with your interpretation of who we are. This is all real. None of this is real. Now remember, set the reminder, like and subscribe. All of us here creating for you. Don't forget, October 14th, coming soon. Family friendly, smiles, I smile, you smile. Everybody is happy. Happiness is the most important. See you soon.
Why does that make me think of the Todd Howard meme? Consume product and then wait for more product.
That's, I mean, essentially the idea, right?
Yeah.
If anyone's wondering, yes, that entire sequence is in front of a green screen. So the cutaways are showing what's actually there. Those were there is no because Mrs. Skeem was like, "Did you really edit in a green screen behind you?" I was like, "No, that whole shot's a green screen. It's made to look pretty convincing, right? You wouldn't expect that I'm in front of a green screen. It was just a
Right.
basic ass room behind me, but that's all a green screen shot. All of this is real. All of this is real."
Right.
So there you go. There's the two things that people have seen of this project to kind of
So I'm gonna
set the stage.
I'm gonna actually talk about that one first because and I think it's really obvious what it's trying to do, but it's also kind of funny to me as somebody who has looked at the criticism videos, the criticism comments, and everything. That is like the tagline for how you YouTube. That is the that is kind of the hype things, talk about things. Everything is fine. It's family friendly. I'm altering myself for you to consume me. You know what I'm saying? Like I am making something that is perfectly presentable to you. It's family friendly. We're all gonna smile. Like all this stuff. And don't forget to subscribe. Don't forget to like. Don't forget to all that. It's that cringy thing that nobody wants to do, but also you kind of have to do. like, you know what I'm saying? But like you have to package yourself up. It's just like, when you look at YouTubers or people who make content on YouTube, it's like either you have a green screen behind you or you have like a setup that has been set up in a way to kind of show things that you like and stuff like that in a way that doesn't look awful to people who are watching your content, and so I like that it kind of hits that flare and kind of gives that, while also breaking. The breaks are funny. Like I said, they again, I don't know why the breaks were when I had like the flash of the Todd Howard comments and everything, but you
It's
know,
because of the glitchiness.
yeah. But also fuck Todd Howard. But yeah, no, it's I like the trailer. Well, I like that trailer, but I think the other one was the one though that really kind of set me on because
Yeah, that's not a trailer. That's like a teaser to just
yeah.
get you confused before the. But talk about the actual trailer because that's where you wanted to start.
Well, for the actual trailer, one thing that I really like is that it hit on kind of every aspect of you up until this point, whether it's the gaming streams, you know, the Minecraft Mondays are in there, you know, kind of the jumping on and smiling. There's also the flashes to like the sad boy streams while you're making music and kind of feeling depressed. There are flashes from music videos that you've done and stuff like that, which I know some of which is relevant to the album and all that. Is it kind of like what I took away from it is it was kind of telling of kind of how moving through your career. Okay. When I saw the trailer, the Something Isn't Right trailer, and I knew that your project was going to be called Artificial, what it really said to me was it was kind of an homage to the fact that you do these things and you try to kind of ride waves and kind of try to follow what's going to get views and keep relevant and everything. You would hit that point where you're hitting the reset on your music career and you're kind of looking back at everything and trying to filter out what is artificial versus what is real in you and to your product.
So interesting thing, because I like everything you said. None of it's what I'm doing, but I liked it.
Okay, fair.
I like that interpretation. Genuinely, I like that interpretation. As someone who knows me, it's interesting to hear.
Yeah.
Because I know that you know me well enough to kind of make those conclusions.
Yeah.
Artificial of everything I've done is the first thing I've done that I made a very deliberate effort. I have tons of notes that I keep to myself when I'm writing the screenplay, writing the marketing, writing everything for a project. And a note that's underlined like 1,000 times is it's not about you. Make it about them. This is not about you. And this project at its core theme, the main theme of it is just the general idea of, mostly in the eyes of a content creator, that's where most of this comes from. It's the perspective of a content creator, but I don't think it's limited to a content creator. But the idea of the facades of who we are, the confusion between do we actually know who we are, what kind of fronts do we put up for other people.
Yeah.
And the songs, any songs that you've heard before, most of them were rewritten lyrically and otherwise to be very intimate to myself, but also very universal. There is a total of one song that I would consider strictly about me, but can be applicable like anything else, and that's Broken, which you guys have heard a different version of on Once Upon a Loser. This is a rewritten version of it, but a lot of the hits are the same. And what you'll notice, spoiler, is that is the one song in this entire project that I am in the mask the entire time because, well, there's a couple moments that you see me out of the mask, but that is the one and only time that the We Skeem mask is present visually throughout a song, and it's because that song is about me. And I've always said that the mask is who I am more than who I am outside of it. And I know people will take the opposite impression, especially if they don't know me, that, this is him hiding now. He's talking about himself, so he has to put on the mask, or this is the point where someone breaks and they put on a mask for other people. You know, and those interpretations are great. I love them. I know they're going to be taken that way.
Sure.
But when you're talking to me and you're saying, what are your intentions as an artist with this project? Well, my biggest intention was I wanted to create something completely by myself that was for everyone else.
Yeah.
That is... I wanted it to be extremely relatable for anyone who's ever been in a similar position to me as a content creator without it being explicitly about me, and to really just the human experience in a digital world where we're constantly broadcasting ourselves. Even if you're not a content creator, you probably have social media. If you're listening to this, you have social media.
Right.
So you're always broadcasting yourself. And so I think all of my albums, aside from maybe like the pop punk albums, have been super like, this is about this part of my life. This is about this part of my life. So people are expecting, especially if they know my music, oh, so this is about the content creator part of your life. Like, kind of, but it's not really supposed to be about my experience. I want to capture a collective experience. If
Okay.
that makes sense.
It does. I mean, and well, that's one thing I think you've done a really good job articulating, especially, since the mask came off. I feel like it's kind of been a part of everything that you've done, even going back to even the Screw You track, like really though, there's even a line in there, where the mask is a reference to like
Yeah.
everyone in your community. It's not a reference to you necessarily. It's a reference to everyone, and I think that makes sense. I feel like a lot of your most recent stuff, but even not even your recent stuff, has always kind of pulled together. And I think that's why you have such a loyal core group too. Because there's nobody, at your size as a content creator that pulls the support the way that you do consistently, and it's awesome to see. You know what I'm saying? Like
Weirdo cult. Baby.
yeah, as somebody who gladly like follows your content and supports your content, even to me, like there is something different about the content that you bring, about the quality of the person that you are, and I think that shines through, and I think that I think that makes sense. What you're saying makes sense, kind of through that lens.
Yeah, I feel like my other projects, as much as they're about me, one of the other angles was, but I know I'm not the only weirdo, so you'll find elements to attach to in this
Yeah.
as well, even though this is a very intimate story about me. With Artificial, it's not about me, which
Right.
I know that's a theme that I've always had. We scheme. It's not about me, but it's just I don't know. I guess it's the next level of not about me in a
Yeah.
way. But everyone who knows me or who watches it, obviously they're going to tie it to the artist making it and be
Sure.
about that artist. But I just think if I've succeeded at all in what I set out to do, I feel this will be a lot relatable for more people. Obviously for the weirdos still, but I think even some people who are just like introverted or socially awkward. Not like a lot of my stuff is only relatable up to this point if you're severely in it, mental illness wise.
Yeah.
And otherwise, it's like a lot of people are like, okay, I'm definitely not where you're at, but it's giving me an appreciation for people who are there.
Yeah.
I feel like this one is still appealing to any of those kind of folks, especially with songs like Broken Existing. But I think it's a much broader, like, instead of isolating myself to just that, let's talk about the human experience that we all have, but from a weirdo's perspective.
Right. Kind of taking it out of that typical content. I like it. I mean, and that's Helena says she feels like it's gonna mess with her brain. Hey, the best things do though. They make you think that extra little step.
I try to make it that if you watch it, because again, there's only 6 minutes of film outside of the song, so most of the story is told in the songs. But I tried to make it that if someone just who doesn't know who I am or doesn't know anything else sat and watched it, there would be something to take away from it. They would understand the music and they would understand a story told. So I
Yeah.
think any of my other projects, I wouldn't have been able to do that. You had to know something about me for most of it to
Right.
follow. Now, there's plenty throughout this project. I mean, I'm in the mask during Broken, so there's plenty things that you're gonna get more out of
Yeah.
if you know me. But I was very, very deliberate, and I want, if anyone has no friggin' clue who I am, and they watch this, they would understand at least a general idea of what the story is and what they should have taken from the songs. Mrs. Skeem says, my wife actually likes it in quotes.
Yeah.
This is the first non-pop punk album I've made as We Skeem that Mrs. Skeem actually says she enjoys listening to the songs.
I saw that the other day, and I think it was Dr. A said that he was actually terrified of it because of that. So I don't know.
Yeah, take that for what it is. She doesn't like she likes my pop punk, and a rare occasional song that is under We Skeem, and she doesn't like anything else.
I like most of the catalog. I think I come from that perspective as someone who came in a little bit.
She likes my Blindside collabs,
Oh yeah.
like Lies,
Yeah.
that Linkin Park vibe stuff I do.
Right,
I think she
right.
liked the song I Hate You. She likes my like aggressive
Aggressive,
metal type songs
angry
as well.
music. Okay. I got you.
I think it's because it's adjacent enough to pop punk, the angry white boy stuff. She
Yeah.
gets behind it. She's
Yeah.
not into any of the rap stuff, but honestly, I've never done that seriously anyway.
Right. Well, I've always enjoyed
And
your
Mrs. Skeem just pointed out, she's like, I'm also a normie, so when you
Yeah.
get really weird in the mental illness stuff, she doesn't gravitate towards it.
I think one of the reasons I have actually always enjoyed your rap stuff, not saying like I don't enjoy the other stuff, but I've always enjoyed your rap stuff, is because it's not as serious and because I can just be like, I can laugh at this for a minute. You know
I'm
what
full
I'm saying?
Lil
Like-
Dicky
like-
with it, bro. I'm full Lil
No,
Dicky
I
with
don't
it.
like Little Dicky is the
But
difference.
I'm talking about the attitude I bring towards it.
Yeah.
Very similar.
That's very fair. Okay. With the attitude, yes. So another thing, well, I guess while we're talking about moving forward, while we're talking about the project and everything, so moving forward, we kind of already talked about We Speak, we already know what's going on with We Stream and all that. So, is that kind of, do you have any, obviously we ASMR, I think is a little,
That's gone.
I was never about that one. I'm not gonna lie. That was, I think, the only
I've
one of your
noticed that
channels.
on my audience on We Stream, I
Yeah.
just realized a week ago,
Mm-hmm.
their number one search term, which is not the same on We Skeem, but the We Stream audience, number one search term by a huge margin is ASMR. So my We Stream audience might want We ASMR to come back because I can see their search history. Google shares that with you if you look for it. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know who's searching it, but I can see my audience at
Right,
large.
right.
What are they looking for on YouTube? Because I was like, what do they want me to react to? But what my audience on YouTube is looking for on We Stream is ASMR. They get done with one of my reactions apparently, and they're searching for some ASMR videos. But I doubt I'll be making that content again anytime soon.
I just hate ASMR, man. I've always tried to support like everything you've got going on, but it's like when you came with the ASMR
Listen, if you
channel, I was like,
if you don't experience ASMR, then it's weird.
yeah.
So I would be like, you're either there or you're not. I don't like the sex side of it because that's very weird. But the rest of it is a pretty wholesome community. Honestly.
I can't do the food stuff either. Like the
No,
food stuff.
no.
The food
I don't.
stuff
I don't.
just
I feel like the
destroys me.
food stuff is a different genre. I think it's a totally different thing that people are mixing up. They need to give it something.
Is Nick Natoli tagged in this? That is an
Yes, he
accident
is.
if that's the case. Hold on.
Yo, I'm Nick Natoli. Nice to meet you. I don't know who that is, but that is who I am now.
Nick Natoli was the last interview that I did. I must have forgot to change my tags down there. Hold on.
Gotcha.
I thought I had changed them all, but I apparently
Apparently-
forgot to do that one.
Apparently, I am Nick Natoli. Not
Look at
that-
this.
I don't think YouTube cares about the hashtags.
Now this has been fixed, just so that it's not here for everyone. But no, I lost my train of thought with that one. I just saw that question down
fine.
there, and I was like,
Back to okay. So we've tried to shed light on what the hell this project is,
yeah.
but I don't know if we've succeeded at all.
I mean, it sounds like a. Well, is the heart of the with a name
Just
like
ask the questions that you have. Let's do that.
with the name Artificial, again, like I said, with the trailer and everything, I was kind of looking at and obviously looking at the second trailer. Again, I'm kind of getting brought into everything is a package. That's where my mind just always keeps wanting to come back to. Everything is
You
a
just
product
love
packaged up for you.
packages.
I do. But everything is a package. Everything is a product. Everything is pieced together for us. I mean, and my initial thought on it, like I said, was it's gonna be about kind of peeling back some of the packaging and everything. Like, what is the heart of it? I mean, you already talked about kind of going away from the, toward me, something relatable, kind of moving through and telling that story. I know that with temper expectations. The school shooting piece was one of the themes in there. I got a lot of, how we as a society don't really learn from our mistakes. We constantly keep ourselves in these cycles. We keep ourselves, divided over things that really don't matter. At the end of the day, we repel growth. Like we run from growth as humans. And that, to me, fit with the theme. So I understand what you were saying about including, and that was a lot of why I was like, okay, this fits what I think the feeling of the album's going to be anyway.
Yeah.
But where in that message would you say the heart of the album really kind of falls?
I think the heart of the album has two main messages depending on who's watching it. or who's listening to it. If you listen to it, you might catch on to this because the themes are the same in the songs, but it's a lot more obvious if you watch it. If you are someone who is creating content, whether professionally or it's just something you do a lot, I think the heart of it is found in addressing. The heart of it for either side is, you'll just see it a different way, but I'm addressing the epidemic of commercialized social media.
Sure.
So the heart of this is addressing the elephant in the room that authentic social media, as we call it, live streaming, talking with our pals, all that is as artificial as Hollywood movies most of the time. And I feel like we don't address that issue. The people who we are right now, you and I on this camera, are not the same people as when the camera turns off. Our conversation tone and direction will change instantaneously when we turn the stream off. And it's not like we're just playing caricatures of ourselves, but social dynamics are very different. Parasocial relationships are not the same as real relationships. That's why there's a term for them.
Yeah.
And I think people get a false sense that this is real, that what you and I are doing right now is real, and it's not. If you and I were talking about this and we knew that nobody was watching us, this conversation we're having right now would be completely different.
Sure.
But it's presented in a way that this is how we would interact. When I'm on a live stream playing Minecraft or any video game, the idea is this is what it'd be like if I was playing a video game with Skeem. And that's just not the case at all.
Yeah.
My persona is to entertain the people watching. Even if you have two people watching, if you are putting a camera up and filming yourself, you are doing so because you want to entertain the people watching you, or because you need attention from them, or because you're having a bad day and you want to feel like someone's near you. But it is not the same reason that you would sit down in a room with someone most of the time. And so the crux of this entire project, as far as the point I'm getting across, is really addressing that this is fake. Everything, even what you're watching right now when you're watching artificial, is all artificial. It's all fake. And without spoiling too much, one of my favorite authors is John Steinbeck. He authored Grapes of Wrath, Of Mice and Men, and a lot of those books that people didn't like in school, but I fell in love with.
Right.
And something that I drew inspiration from in how I pieced this together from start to end was Grapes of Wrath, mainly in that one of the things that Steinbeck achieved very well is he ends Grapes of Wrath basically in the middle of an incident.
Right.
And it just stops. And the reason he did that is because he wrote it during the Dust Bowl of the U.S. And the story was about a family struggling through that. And he just stopped because he's basically like, there's no conclusion here because this story still goes on right now.
Right.
So if you want to know what the ending is, you decide what the ending is. And I kind of took from that and how I designed how this goes, how this starts and how this ends. This idea of, if I put too much closure and resolution, I feel like it's taking away from what I'm trying to say, which is I'm not presenting you with a happy ending, a conclusion, or a solution. I am saying this is a problem that whether you're a creator or you're a consumer, there needs to be more awareness of how big of an issue this actually is. Again, when I mentioned Bo Burnham's Inside, and he addresses a big issue. One of the big issues he addresses is social isolation, as well as the dangers of social media and everyone always having to be everywhere, saying something. Everyone has to have an opinion on everything. Everybody has to consume everything all of the time, which is a very valid issue that he addressed in Inside, and I loved seeing it. I'm addressing a much different issue with social media, but one that I think is equally valid to talk about, which I think he did in Subtext, talk about this a little bit and showing us him creating everything. There's definitely a subtext in Bo Burnham's Inside of how fake everything was. Yeah. But I think the big separation is that is like the entire focus of what I'm doing is the dangerous side of social media that we don't talk about. The fact that if you're watching, you need to know that it is artificial. And if you're creating it, how as a creator do we handle the fact that there's not a way to not be artificial online.
Right.
You can't do it. You have to interact with people. And if most of your interactions are online in settings where you know that you're the entertainer and they are the audience,
Right.
how do you address that? And so that's kind of the core of what this is going on about.
Well, that's definitely. I think that's definitely an important message. I think that's something. I like that you even highlighted. Even this conversation, and as two people, because I think of myself as a very genuine person online. But even then, and I know that you are a very genuine person online too. But even then, there are lines, there are parameters and stuff. It's like a while back when I sent you I sent you a text randomly. I was like, "You're my favorite breakfast taco." That's not an interaction that you have. And then like the text that I got back was like, "Oh, he has no idea what I'm talking about right now." But
I said, the fuck?
yeah, like even those things, like those are things like that would absolutely not be something that you do, with a certain audience or something that you're presenting. I bring up that example because that is one example of, okay, that wouldn't have been something that would happen in this interview. You know what I'm saying?
The proof is in the pudding of, if you have someone that you interact with only online,
yeah,
especially for a long time,
mm-hmm.
what, like, if this was real, if what we do here is real, like as real as it gets, as real as people attribute it to be,
Right.
then I would ask for an explanation as to why every single person in our position who's given a chance to meet each other in real life for the first time sees it as one of the most exciting things ever.
Yeah.
If this is real, that excitement would be unwarranted and not exist.
Yeah. No, exactly. I mean, that's...
Think about TwitchCon. Everyone's so excited to meet these people that they've never met. And I'm not just talking about audience to see their heroes in person, because that's different entirely. I'm talking about the content creators who work with each other, stream with each other every day, know each other.
Yeah.
We're the most excited to meet each other because none of this is fucking real and we all know it.
Yeah. No, it's absolutely. It's like Technudium in the chat, for probably 3 years, I lived within like 2 minutes down the hall from that guy. You know what I'm saying? Like within walking distance down the hall or so. We used to go out together all the time. Like the relationship that I have with him by default is different than I have with most people in my community, just because most people in my community are not people that I've went out to random dinners with, I've whatever. And so I get that completely. I think that is one of the big things that we forget when we're looking at social media. Going back to even the conversation about Spotify existing outside of YouTube and everything. We forget that there's a life outside of this, and that everything here is packaged for consumption at the end of the day. Even
it's all a product.
It's just like these.
Everything.
It's just like these elaborate explanations. Like while I'm going through them, I'm like, this is not how I talk to people on a day-to-day basis. Sometimes it is, but not usually. You know what I mean?
As real as you want to be online is still going to be such an insignificant fraction to who you are in life.
Yeah. No, I understand that. I think that's awesome. I think that's an awesome project to be coming with. I think would you say it kind of hits like the same vein as kind of some of Elon's Twitter? Like that was a thought. How do you feel? Well, let's just go there. How do you feel about Twitter and Elon? And do you feel that it falls into this?
I feel like we're talking about a different topic, because if I think Elon and Twitter, I think of all of the BS of everyone getting mad at each other on Twitter.
Yeah. But, well, okay, that's maybe Twitter is real. Maybe it's not as artificial as some social media.
No, Twitter is a different version of artificial, right? Twitter is people saying stuff they would never defend in person, or they would defend in person, and for some reason the Twitter algorithm only favors those people who would never be taken seriously in person. But I guess we all need something to laugh at online. Twitter is artificial in a different way.
Yeah, Twitter's a cesspool.
And it's very much because the algorithm is explicitly designed in a gross way, kind of like Facebook is.
Yeah.
Facebook's a different version of gross, but yeah, I'm not really talking about that necessarily.
Okay.
That's a different issue to tackle because that has more to do with engineered manipulation than it does the accidental falsehoods of what one might perceive as genuine interaction.
Fair. Okay. Well, I get that was my biggest question about the project, was kind of getting down to the heart of the artificial piece, because again, with even the imagery, like the album art really kind of spoke to me a level of just packaged.
The album art's fun because it's called artificial, so I made sure that all of the drafts for the album art were made by an AI robot. So everything is
Really?
fake, including the album art. Yeah.
Really?
Robot did most of the work for all the album art, the disc art, the back art. All of it was basically, it started with AI generated images, and I just kind of tweaked from there.
Well, that's funny. So this thumbnail for my interview
Thumbnail
here,
is artificially generated.
Well,
at least in a good amount.
it is this thumbnail. Typically, they're hand drawn and then like kind of thrown up. But because the way this one came about, I just kind of took pictures of us and put a filter over them and put it on. So there we go.
Everything is fake.
We're staying consistent.
The backdrop was made by a robot, and the foreground was heavily altered by one.
I think that kind of clears up to the project for me. I'm excited about the project coming out next week.
I'm like, ugh, we're just gonna see how it goes. I'm confident with the music being what it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
I enjoy it, but I'm no cinematographer mastermind. I'm an amateur at best videographer. So I'm curious what kind of grilling I might get from people who actually, I feel like people who are casually watching won't have much to say. They'll think it looks good because they've thought my current music videos look good.
Yeah.
I'm like, if I attract anyone who knows anything about film, I wonder what I'm doing wrong.
Now
they're gonna tell me.
You're waiting for Postcard to call you after he sees everything, and then
Nah. I'm thinking more like my brother.
Oh, okay.
He's a Hollywood
okay.
guy.
Okay. I actually knew that.
Yeah. I'm thinking he would be the one to get a lot more finicky
Okay.
with me. I'm waiting to see if any of those types see it and come out of the woodwork.
So we kind of talked about, I mean, it stands alone as an album. It stands alone as a video. The songs are going to stand alone. I'm like I said, I'm personally excited about it just because I like the concept. I like concept albums. I especially like ones that hit relevant concepts. I feel like we live in a world right now that is fake on every level. There's very little of what you consume. It's just, I'm not going to go into current events, but I mean, there are just so many things happening right now out and around that every day there's a new headline that I see, and I'm just like, why did this happen? Why did these two people go to this place and do that thing or wear that thing or what have you?
It's a dark world out there, and it starts inside the house.
But we all consume so readily. Like, we're all so ready to take up the packaging, to take up, whatever's put before us.
Escapism is popular.
It is. And that was one thing, for a long time on my YouTube channel that I said, I don't want to be in this or that because I want to be an escape for people who want to come and watch this content. And then I realized, like, there's levels.
Escapes.
Yeah, but there are levels, you know what I'm saying? And some people actually find their escapism fix from escaping to a place where it's like, okay, we're going to talk about the bullshit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't know. The world is a crazy place.
It's an interesting land.
So,
yeah, I'm at that stage where I really just want people to see it.
Yeah.
I want to get the monkey off my back.
I'm excited to see it. I'll be doing a reaction probably. It's dropping Friday, so I'll probably next
Friday at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
It may be next Friday. We may. Is that when the video's premiering on YouTube too?
Yeah. Yep. Everything comes out Friday at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard. Well, I mean, the album will be out on streaming platforms midnight your local time.
We may have to do a review about an hour or so after that next Friday, just because
I'm wondering how long that's going to take you. A 34-minute video.
A 34-minute video about things that I'm actually interested in is
about things that directly will correlate to you as a content creator as well.
Exactly.
I'm wondering how long that's going to be.
Guys, just pack dinner. You know, if you've got loved ones, just tell them you'll see them
you're
Saturday
gone, you're
morning.
Unavailable.
We're doing a sleepover on YouTube Friday night.
It's gonna be a minute. 4 hours and 30 minutes says TechNet. Oh man. Saying this is gonna be a Lord of the Rings extended edition, part 1, says Elena. Part 1, 4.5 hours.
Oh man. Yeah, I am excited about it. I'm genuinely excited about it. Not just because it's been hyped up, because I stay away from all like the background, you know, the behind the scenes stuff and everything when you're working on stuff, because I always try to catch your new projects when they actually come out. And so like I'm probably more in the dark than most people are, and I've probably asked a ton of questions that everybody else is wondering.
Thing,
yeah, plus I also kind of have like that childlike mentality where I genuinely like to be surprised by things.
I want to see it all. I want to be surprised.
Well, it's just like, okay, so perfect example, like the same thing. My wife gets mad at me about the whole Christmas thing. Like I will not put up a Christmas tree until I've eaten Thanksgiving dinner. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And every year she's like, but Walmart already has Christmas trees and everything at the beginning of October. And I'm like, but I don't care. Like, we can't. I don't know.
So you're saying they're not allowed to see any sort of unreleased content during this?
I mean, if you want to, we can throw it on. I know you've got the 7-minute video that I've looked at.
Well, I wouldn't be watching all 7 minutes.
Yeah.
No. If I was showing something, there'd be one of two things that I would probably show. One would be just one of the intermediate sequences of the film, and then kind of how that leads into one of the songs.
Right.
The other, if we were going like big dick energy, and spoiler alert, but I mean it's not like it's got like a super spoilable plot, but my favorite part of the whole thing is the climax of it that leads into Broken.
Right.
And no one's heard this version of Broken either, if we actually listen to that song, like literally no one. So it would be like if you went big dick energy and just like make it that holy shit, it gets this cool, I want to watch the rest, would be the hoped outcome, or something from more the midway point that, oh, that's neat, I'm kind of curious where the rest of it is. Those would be the two things that I would think about screening if I was going to screen something to this many people. But then if we screen either of them, this stream has to go private at least until after it comes out.
Oh, that's such a... I hate making things private.
Ugh. Well, I mean, it could get unprivated.
Yeah, that's true.
Later on. Or
It's
just leave it unprivate since we're this deep in the stream. If anyone watches that far, it serves the same effect to make them want to watch the whole thing, I guess, if they made it that far.
It's up to you. I mean, I know Dr. Atheist is saying
yeah,
big
Dr.
dick energy.
Atheist wants all that.
Dr. Atheist wants all the spoilers. It looks like Jason wants the spoilers.
Listen.
Jay is just figuring his accounts out. So
Listen. Y'all, someone drop stupid money on Alpha that he can share. You can have all the spoilers you want. Otherwise, you might get teaser instead of spoiler. I feel like spoiler, as an honest whore and businessman, seems like it would require a stack of cash for Alpha and I to split to make that reasonable. That's how I feel.
through PayPal, for the record, not through Super Chats.
Super Chat can get fucked.
What up, James? Yeah. James was excited about this. I actually saw him in my Discord and yours about this.
He's been hyping it. He's been hyped about it, which I've very much appreciated, because there's not a ton of hype around anything that I do these days, obviously, because, well, you know why. The audience of our neck of the woods has shrunk drastically for all of us.
It's depressing, man. It's like,
You know, Crypt doesn't get views. Nato
Yeah.
doesn't release stuff or get views on what he does. Dwayne, you know, gets about the same views I get on We Stream. Like it's died a lot in
Yeah.
all of our circles.
well, I think even like Mises is kind of an established outside of YouTube, artist kind of.
Yeah.
And his last few videos have gotten like 30 some thousand views, and I'm like, good God, is just nobody here anymore?
It's dropped drastically. Tom hasn't even dropped anything for a while because I think he's seen the climate. He doesn't want to drop in it.
Yeah.
He's like
Yeah.
he's riding off of his past project, and I know he's working on finishing an album, but he usually doesn't wait this long. I think he's reading the room, and he's waiting a little longer to get more stuff out. He released that one song that's felt like more of a throwaway, aside from the VFX.
Yeah. No, it's I mean, just everything is just low.
It's just less people on, though. YouTube's numbers as a platform are down, so the
Yeah.
first people to lose viewership are going to be the people at the bottom because of how the algorithm funnels. So they're not going to let their bigger channels suffer as much.
James is in here winking and bragging. Patreon supporters already have a few spoilers.
It's true, they do.
Yeah, I haven't looked at those.
Yeah, he's not going to.
I've been consistent, man. I've never looked at any spoilers for anything that I'm hype about. The only
Yeah.
person who ruins that for me, Jackson Pierce, ruins it for me every time because I'm like, I don't want to see your spoilers. And then he
He still
stops by
does.
and he's like, he's like, check
Here's
this
the
out.
spoilers.
And I'm like, fuck you, man.
He's been in contact with me about printing his album, possibly.
Oh yeah. Hey, speaking of which, that was actually one of the things I wanted to ask you about. We never really went down the alternate media trail, but in that question, I was going to ask you. I noticed you're doing front and back packaging on it this time instead of just like the front cover with the black back of the case.
No, it still is that. It's still the front cover. The back of the case is a black slim jewel, and then the inside is the back art. Right?
Oh,
It's
okay,
just
okay,
two-sided.
okay.
And that's how I've been doing it. Now, the one that looks a little different, which I don't know if I've really showcased anywhere yet, is the Blu-ray one. Is a 2-disc thing. It's a regular sized jewel case that has 2 CDs in it. One of them's the CD, the other one's the Blu-ray at the bottom. That one's got a clear back, and the Blu-ray art serves as the back art.
I just want to point out to you, I feel as though your website does not articulate that well enough.
No, I haven't put the images up yet, which
well-
I'm going to. I just recently finished them. Let me go grab one. I'll show you.
The only reason I say that,
Hold
though,
on. Let me go
okay,
grab
okay,
one. I'll show you.
Okay. You're not allowed to be online, Jay. Why? Come back, Jay. Have a good night, James. Let's see. Wait, I can't leave yet. I see you. I see you, Elena. Just got to say, hoping the next sticker set is artificial related. I think the
All right,
last few
so-
have been album covers.
You have the CD. Is this
Yeah.
a thin jewel case with a black
Yeah,
back? And then it's got the track listing and back album art there, and the glossy, wonderful
Right.
art there.
Really nice looking disc design, by the way.
The Blu-ray comes in a regular size jewel case, and the back of it is the Blu-ray itself as the art.
Okay.
And the inside opens up, and you have the same insert. It's just in a dual disc case.
Okay, cool.
So that's how the Blu-ray one is. Seemed like the most efficient way to do it.
So I would suggest
No, it's the website's gonna update to show
Okay.
pictures of the Blu-ray
Okay.
thing.
Because
I just literally it took forever to get these produced since I'm producing them in house. I had
Yeah.
to buy a new Blu-ray burner because my old one was having so many failed discs.
right.
And then I had to, design artwork for the actual Blu-ray because I wanted it to be different than the CD.
Right.
So it should be going up this weekend, probably tomorrow. I'll finally update the photos to show the Blu-ray packaging as well.
So the question James had to, are there special features? I think they're behind the scenes, right?
Behind the scenes. There's a behind the scenes that I'm not posting anywhere else.
So-
That's the exclusive.
The only reason I was talking about the description on the website, because when I was looking, I thought it was by the CD or by the Blu-ray. I didn't realize buying the Blu-ray also came with the CD.
Well,
And
the
so-
drop down literally says signed CD. It says Blu-ray only or signed CD and Blu-ray. Those are the options on the website. Those are the drop down options.
I did it on my phone, so I may have misread it then.
You might have just not even seen the drop down, but yeah, the drop down options are very clear. It says you could just get a Blu-ray, you could just get a CD, or you can get both.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
that part is clear.
That
But
was
I think the
my-
picture will also make it a little easier so you could see
Yeah.
what the different packaging is.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's awesome because I mean, what, like 2 years ago, like everybody was kind of doing it out, and I don't think a lot of people know too that you do have services for like small batch disc printing for
It
people.
usually works out to around $2 a disc if you want me to produce your CDs, which is cheaper than you can get it anywhere else. I've checked. Sometimes they'll offer you for less, but then they'll charge you $90 to ship it.
It's probably good for everybody who is an independent artist or supports independent artists to be known about, Skeem can
Be able to do a run as few as like 25 discs. That's
Yeah.
usually the smallest I'll do, but that's a lot smaller than most places will do.
yeah, I think what Disc Makers is 300.
Disc Makers, I think, lets you do 50 now. They've
Do
kind of
they?
lowered it, 50 or 100. It might be 100, but they charge exuberant amounts for shipping,
Yeah.
and they also make it that if you want it to be cheap, you have to use their. Basically, they make it that they deprioritize the order of producing your thing. They'll give you like a $69 discount, and they automatically apply it. But if you go to buy it, you'll see that this $69 discount exists, and it's because they're saying that if we get new orders, they go in front of yours. So your order could get pushed back for months if we want it to.
That's terrible.
And then you have to, spend an extra $70 if you want to be on like a normal queue. And they still take about a month or two to do it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, if you're an independent artist that's needing like in the less than 100 disc range, and you know who I am your best option. I have double, triple checked.
Right on. So, I think that gets up to everything, I guess, that I was going to ask about the project. I haven't seen a ton of questions about the
Yeah, where's the chat?
project in the chat. The chat's just been vibing. Like,
They've been lurking. It's like wherever I go, people just lurk.
have we hit every question that you guys had through our banter? Was it that authentic?
Ask, and ye shall maybe receive. Depending on what your question is.
Let's see. We already got the one question that I saw in the posts, which was about We Speak, which I do think was popular. But I think We Speak, honestly, to me, We Speak was just more popular because it was somebody being rational about things that people are not rational about most of the time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's crazy. Crazy talk.
And it's just we just live in a world where everybody wants to be in an echo chamber and they want to hear their thing. And I'm just like, I enjoy these things where people are not just being crazy. I'm going to step away for a second because apparently on the stream where I'm not watching my hydrate cues, 2 hydrates have been redeemed, and so I need to take a drink of bourbon.
Go get your hydration. We'll see if any questions come in while you're away.
Dr. Atheist has no real questions, but he's already gotten answers for the ones that he has. So that's a
Nice.
tick in the yes column of we did the right thing.
That means we did it. We did it good for atheist at least.
I should probably not walk away with my headphones on.
Yeah, probably take those off. Not that you can hear me anymore, but so now that this is my channel, I'd like to let everybody know that we're gonna have some changes around here. There's gonna be a lot more lap sitting and reach arounds. So I hope you're all prepared for that. So no spoilers tonight. I saw no money tonight, so I say no. I just want to hear and react to the new stuff already. I know, man. I really want people to see it and hear it. I need to get it out to know what people think. I don't even think a lot of people will will. Elena says she sent PayPal. All right, I'm gonna have to wait on Alpha for that, unless you sent it to me for some reason. Yeah, I'm just curious. I don't expect a lot of people to see it, though. I would love a lot of people to see it. I am curious, those who do see it, whether they'll connect with it or just think it's pretentious BS. So I don't know. Elena says she sent you a bribe. I haven't seen it.
She did. She sent a $25 bribe. What does $25 get us?
I mean, that's an honest bribe.
That is an honest bribe.
That's pretty good. That's $12 each. That's like a couple of Happy Meals. That's
I'm
important
saying
in the life
that
of a father.
that is an adult Happy Meal right now too. I don't know if you saw those.
I ain't
things.
touching that.
My
I
wife.
have no interest in that.
So my wife made me eat one the other day, and
It was
gotta
like
grab a swing.
$9. That's what took
yeah.
my interest away.
It
It's like
was-
I'm not paying $9 friggin' dollars for a meal at McDonald's, bro.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Because if I'm going to McDonald's, I'm just straight value meal. Period. Anywhere.
Yeah,
Like.
I get that McDonald's has some bangers there, but I saw what comes with that Happy Meal. That ain't $9.
No, it's not. It's not worth $9 at all. And the toy that it comes with is not what it was hopped up to be. Because I was like, oh, limited edition collectible. Like Walmart when I was a kid was really, or not Walmart, McDonald's and Burger King when I was a kid were great at that. You remember like they had the Pokemon Gold cards, like they had like
those gold cards were great.
Yeah. And so I was like, okay, well, back in the
Honestly,
day,
McDonald's had been solid for a minute with kids' meals with those Pokemon cards they were giving us.
Yeah.
I don't know if you caught any of
I-
those. They
yes!
had little packs of cards. Those were dope.
dude, I stole those from my daughter every single time. Like,
You what? No. Hold on.
I'm gonna have to grab mine too. He's gonna make me grab mine. Yes.
Listen, sir.
Yes.
Listen.
I-
These are mine, kids.
Mine are
my Happy Meal.
mine are upstairs. I literally walked into the living room one day and like my wife had handed my daughter one of them to
And you're
play
like,
with,
"Hell
and
no."
I was like, what are you doing right now?
These are mine. I bought you the sustenance. I bought you the nuggies. These are mine. These are Pokemon cards. You don't even know what these are. Get out of here, kid.
I said the same thing, and I'm like, no. I'm like, and she goes, well, she just wanted to play with it for a minute, and I'm like,
Nah.
go
She's
back
gonna
to
mess up these cards if they're ever worth something.
yeah.
Get out of here.
Yeah, I was like, hell no, that shit ain't happening.
No.
Like, but no. So the adult kids meal toy though is bullshit. Like, it's just a solid plastic piece. Like the Grimace, you can literally
they
spin
look
it.
dumb, bro.
Dude,
they look dumb.
Yes, and they all have 4 eyes for no reason.
Yeah, it's some Halloween thing. I'm like, you had a batch of misprinted toys,
Yeah.
and then you came up with this gimmick, guaranteed. Mm-hmm. Guaranteed something went wrong, and you got a bunch of broken ass toys. You're like, this'll scare kids. We'll claim that it's for adults.
Well, and the sad thing about it was, I was actually kind of excited about it too because I was like,
I heard adult Happy Meal, and I was stoked. And then the first time I read anything about it, all my excitement was gone.
yeah. Well, my biggest excitement was I was like, it's cool that McDonald's is actually like doing Hamburglar stuff and Grimace stuff again, and the actual characters. And then I see it, and I'm like, what is this bullshit? Like, this is
Not like this.
Yeah. It's a shame. It is a travesty. It is an insult to my childhood.
It is.
I remember.
It
Do you
is. Yeah.
do you remember when
Go
Happy
ahead.
Meals used to have like the badass Batman toys and shit though?
Oh yeah.
Like,
Full on action figures up in those bitches.
yeah, like my daughter has never gotten a toy as cool as what I got as a kid from McDonald's.
Oh, I believe it. Except for those Pokemon cards.
The Pokemon cards they were the shit. Especially like
She's not gonna ever get to see those.
no, those are. I found a binder. It was cool when I moved into this house. I found a binder of like my old Pokemon cards that I had like shoved away in some of my stuff when I joined the army or something like that. And like it was just a box that I progressively kept like moving around and stuff, you know. And so we were moving and like deciding, you know, where things go in the new house and all that. And I get here, and I open up a box and I found this binder in the bottom that had like a holofoil Chansey like from the base set and all this stuff, like you know, a bunch of my like base set cards. And I'm like, where have these been for forever? And then McDonald's does this, and I'm like, these are just going right in here with these. And you know, if I ever decide to sell these, then this is what's gonna happen. McDonald's for hating on Batman Returns. Didn't McDonald's do the Batman Returns cups though? I have them. I have the Batman. No, that was Batman and Robin. Never mind. They did the Batman and Robin.
It's not
cups.
that McDonald's hated on Batman Returns. They did a whole toy line, and parents complained because the toys in the Happy Meals were too scary. And that's why Tim Burton didn't get to finish the trilogy, as the kids' toys were too scary. But that was not McDonald's fault. They supported it. It was Karens of the 90s saying that the kids' meal toys were too scary. Don't blame McDonald's for that. They were trying to be chill with it. They were releasing the toys. But
Toys
Danny
are too
DeVito
scary.
in a little action figure apparently scared Billy.
To be fair, Danny DeVito.
To be
in
fair,
that
he
movie-
was terrifying, but it was a PG-13 film, bro. It was for teens and up. It wasn't for kids.
Yeah. Oh man, that's terrible. So for the Brob squad that's hanging out, what do we get for 25 then?
I don't know, man. Like,
I personally
I
vote for
kinda
like
wanna
25
show-
seconds.
oh God, you just want to do that.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. What were you saying?
Here's my thought. I really am curious, because again, I haven't really screened this.
Yeah.
I do genuinely want to know how the sequence that leads into Broken and even Broken itself. I kind of like. I'm just been so worried about everything with this. I'm very genuinely curious leading into it. What people, especially since I know some of the people here aren't exactly hardcore schemers, you know, what the reception is. So like I want to show that, but at the same time I'm like trying to think of what negative impact that has for me. Like, and I don't know if there's a whole lot. There's 13 people here. I would hope it would make them more inclined to actually come see it if they weren't going to already. Mrs. Skeem's always going to go on the side of not showing anything, so don't listen to her. She would never show anything, period, at all, ever, without big money. But yeah, so I'm kind of like, I don't know what I know what I want to show. It's just about whether or not to do so, kind of thing.
Elena's pushing hard for it. She also just sent me a screenshot that she bought your album and Blu-ray combo. So
Did she just do that?
Yeah, she's pushing hard for the spoilers now. She's like, nope. She's like, I
No,
sent
I'm
the
buying
bribe.
this
I
too.
bought the combo. Like, what y'all got for me? Like, let's go.
What are we doing here? Well, she'll get spoilers anyway, because on Monday I'm shipping out all of the pre-orders that have been made by Monday, so most people will get it. Yep, it just hit my phone too. Most people will get it before Friday, which means if you order a Blu-ray, you'll probably be able to watch this before Friday. You'll probably get it between Wednesday or Thursday. But if you're
Nice.
really far from Indiana, it might be Friday.
Yeah, I'm super far.
Yeah. You'll get it before Friday. I mean, if you're doing a pre-recorded reaction instead of a live stream, you could always just pop in the Blu-ray and react to it that way.
I was thinking about doing it before, and then, but I don't know.
That's up to you.
I like the. I don't know.
That's up to you.
There are always pros and cons when I do like a full thing.
Dr. Atheist says, I want to see the new Broken, but not enough money was sent. He's like, I know the rules. Elena sent like $40 total. Well, no, 48, I guess, all said and told.
Yeah.
I'd say 69 is the magic number.
Elena's fighting the good fight over here. She's like, okay,
like, I
I'm
want
just.
it.
She's like,
I think for the business man in me, since we'd be splitting all this anyway, I gotta at least get like a happy chunk of almost an hourly rate. So I'd say 69 would be that, since I do really want to show this part of the thing to someone to see how it plays to an audience. Sure, someone drops another $21, $69 for Alpha Night Split. You can see that. Otherwise, I think I'll just show you a little teaser of some of the stuff that people on Patreon have already seen.
I like how 21 or not 21. I like how 69 is the hourly rate. It's just that's a good hourly rate. Like, let's go.
My hourly rate is closer to 50, but a minimum 40. So I'm thinking 69 split between us is almost at the 40. It's like 35 something. Plus, technically, I'd be getting a little more than that because it's 25 we're splitting. I got the 23 from Elena, so I'm getting close to $50 if another 21 is split between us.
Right.
And so I'm like, getting paid for an hour plus getting marketing promotion for my thing, because if the 13 people here like it, they'll probably invest in seeing it or buying it. Business wise, I can make that decision to justify what personally I want to do, which is get this monkey off my back and at least see how people feel about this. But
Right.
if we don't hit at least the business minimum for it to make business sense, we'll just do the teaser that Patreon is seeing.
Right on, right on.
So we'll give
Not-
the 13 some time to.
Not the 7
mull
minute
that
teaser,
over.
right?
No,
Okay.
no, just a portion that's in that 7-minute teaser.
Okay. 'Cause I was-
A selected portion that I think would be the best to showcase, not the whole 7 minutes.
So I was like, the full 7 minutes, like if I'm
No,
watching,
if you want to see that, it only costs you $1. Join my Patreon for $1 and you can see that. I mean, that's just out there. That's just anyone willing to support me in something that's usually set up for like automatic monthly payments. Like, you know what? I'll take that gamble. That's cheap access. But for you, just on someone else's stream, no, I'm just gonna showcase a little bit of it. You're not on my Patreon. You're not on that monthly revenue generator, so no, you
Right.
don't get to see all that.
right? I do owe a
Consistency is
hydrate though
important.
that I need to go ahead and take. So
Enjoy.
here's a baby sip.
Elena says that information would have been helpful a few minutes ago. Well, the thing that I'm putting for ransom for the money you've dropped is not in that Patreon preview. I would consider it much more interesting than what's in the Patreon preview. The Patreon preview is literally the first 7 minutes out of a 34-minute film. What I am wanting to show is something that happens 24 minutes into it and would be considered the climax, right? So it'd be something that if you're really wanting to watch it fresh, you might avert your eyes and ears. AlphaTyler might avert his eyes and
Take
ears.
my-
I don't know what
take
he
my-
decides to do.
Take my headphones off for a minute.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah, just look away. So yeah, we're talking that juicy spoiler stuff. Not what's on Patreon. That's why there's a money cap on it.
Clock's ticking, y'all. If you guys want to see it, I was expecting this to be an hour long anyway, and we're already at an hour 45. So
I would have never guessed this would only take an hour. I know how stuff with you goes.
Skeem's like, okay, if Tyler's involved, I'm clearing my knot, and now we know where we go to bed at.
That's right. I always make sure if I'm gonna be on with you, I'm like I could go till 2 a.m. Just be prepared for that. And just ride away.
I like to talk to people, man.
So do I. So it's fine. I'm not saying that begrudgingly or angrily. It's
No, I
just
know.
I set expectations for myself. Dr. Atheist, like, who has that energy? I don't think anyone does. I think we're gonna get
We're getting crickets right now.
a lesser spoiler. Like I said, that boy can talk.
Y'all hating on a man for being a conversationalist.
Yeah, the chat is quiet tonight. Very quiet.
Elena's like, I'm here for spoilers. She's like, I know what I can.
Elena wants the spoilers, and
Oh,
she's
yeah.
done most of the work.
You're gonna see.
She left $21 between 13 people to take care of, and they're just.
Thought I just saw Tyler drink a natural lot. Almost deleted him from my contact list. No, absolutely not. I don't know who this new person is that just sent $30 on PayPal for Skeem spoiler, but thank you.
Oh well, I guess that covers it.
Oh, well,
Who was that?
it was this new name that says Philip
was
that
Philip.
I've never seen
30
Philip
on
before.
the way.
I saw
Philip says, "I'm watching this shit."
I saw Philip and sent something on PayPal, and I was looking in the chat. I was like, "Who the fuck is Philip?"
Philip says,
And then Philip,
"Listen, y'all. This is something I have desired for a long time as I lurked in the shadows.
well,
And I will have my thirst quenched."
$30 got exceeded, or $21 got exceeded. We just hit,
So I
we
guess
just
I have
hit
to share
a
my screen with you.
hit a 30. Yeah. Well, yeah, that is
Yes,
probably the
that is what I
easiest
have to
way.
do.
Yep. Let me do this. This will be the most rational way to hold up. Where
I'm gonna
is
use a different
my-
program probably because I'm getting crackly noises. Unless you guys aren't.
I'm not hearing anything yet, but I haven't clicked into it. I'm trying to fix my camera so that it's not covering up your spoilers.
Yeah. As long as the video itself doesn't have crackle in the audio, it's fine. If my mic crackles, I don't care about that. It's just I don't want the video itself crackling. I don't know if it will or not. I'll just have to listen back myself or something.
All right. This is the way that makes sense to do this. Haha.
This is the way. All right. Will they hear they'll hear the audio from Discord, right?
They should, yeah.
From your desktop actually, because that's where it should send.
Yeah, if you play it for a second just so I can make sure the audio's coming through.
Man, it's just so
Yep,
great.
okay. Yep.
Okay, this is too choppy though. I'm gonna have to use a different media player.
Okay.
I'm gonna share a different screen with you in a second.
That's cool.
I think last time I did this, oddly enough, Windows Media Player gave us the best result on Discord. So shout out Windows Media Player.
Look at this.
You shouldn't see any of this yet.
Why have I not just been using my camera this way the whole time? This is a much more natural vibe.
All right, so we're gonna test this now. Let me share Windows Media Player with you. All right, we're gonna see if you guys hear this.
Yep.
Do we hear that?
Yep. Audio's coming through good.
Wonderful. Sounds crispy on the stream, hopefully. All right, this is the end of the song Artificial that leads into Broken for super intense, crazy spoiler action.
Woo!
Yeah, I know who Philip is, Mrs. Skeem. I was making jokes based on context. All right. But yes, Philip usually is lurking even when he's on our channel. But we do know Philip in the Skeem community. Man, it's just so crazy how all you guys really just want to get to know me. I think you kind of feel like you already do know me. Or at least you know a version of me. I don't know how that lines up with the version of me I think that I am, and if I show you more of me, what if that doesn't line up with the version of me that you have? What if the version that I think is real is something that you don't want? What happens then?
Try to focus hard on my schoolwork. Why is it so hard just to do work? All the other kids seem to get each other, but the rules that they all follow never call me as a number. Try to hide another blunder, go to sleep but never slumber. Turn into a clown so when they laugh I can recover. But I wonder if the doctor is correct that I am damaged, or my parents are correct in saying therapy's a bandage. But what is the root of the issue? Nose is running so I skip the tissue. I wanna go ahead and treat the disease, but these symptoms are more than my heart can appease. Starting up chaos so attention will follow, cause if I behave normal I'm ignored and feel hollow. Who I am inside has no empathy for them. I keep a gun up to my head in case I snap upon a whim. He's broken, watch him choking, never to recover from the words he concern for my health. Well, not for me, but for the personal wealth. I scream a lot and chase my brother with a knife. I black out, but when I see there's still no light, I really wish I was like everybody else. It's all my fault, I cause these problems for myself. I keep staring at the dirt inside my room, wonder when I'll be the dust of other people's gloom. Troubled child, daily it's not coming mild. Constantly reminded I'm a special kind of file. First I tried to deny, but the evidence of piles. Every person that I meet convicts me guilty with the trial. I wanna be accepted and I care what people think. I hate that I'm rejected, washing tears in dirty sinks. But still I'm keeping silent as I push me on the brink. Hope is before all this turn to things I really speak. He's broken, watch him joking. Never to recover from the words he's spoken. Don't leave him alone, he's cancer. Showing all the red flags without any answers. I think back to some years ago, the same old mess but with tears of hope. The black sheep in the dark and dim, but I never knew that things could get far more grim. A darkened past is the first foray into the depths of the quakes of my mind's dismay. I guess the only thing that I can do is tell the stories turn to nightmares of my waking hell. Out with it, I was 11 or 12, tried washing the memories, details expelled, but there's no removing the bulk of the tale. My youth was corrupted by the siren's wail. She told me I'd like it, she's older, she knows, but I didn't like it and kept crying no. I ran when it ended and spoke not a word, except to a doctor who said staring stern that I liked it for sure, that my mind was perverse, that I'd only get worse, that I asked for this curse. I'm broken, watch me joking, never to recover from the words I've spoken. Don't leave me alone, I get soon, showing all the red flags without any answers. I'm broken, watch me joking, never to recover from the words I've spoken. Don't leave me alone, I'm cancer, showing all the red flags without any answers.
And that's what you get.
I'm a little upset about getting a spoiler, and I realize
Here's one thing to make you feel a little better about the whole situation of the spoiler. I can assure you that if you are watching this film to that point, the visuals that you see in Broken will have a completely different meaning if you've been paying attention to the visuals throughout
right.
Artificial. So have that to look forward to. Keep in mind that out of context, these visuals, the music video just looks pretty normal.
Yeah.
In context, when you see what leads into that, if you've paid attention to the visuals of it, you'll be like, oh shit, and you'll realize what's happening.
That's pretty cool. I will say I liked the skit. I kind of got the idea of what you were talking about up front. I do like the skit though, leading into it. I'm not going to talk about the song right now because everybody will get to hear me talk about the song a lot next Friday. But
I'm curious for people who have heard Broken, the original.
Well, I've
their
heard the
thoughts.
original.
I know. I'm curious what people, because this is the first time that this is the first time that the new version of Broken's even been leaked.
Well, I was really surprised at the differences, I guess. That don't get me wrong, Broken. I think because Broken, if I'm not wrong, when you did the Twitch concert, Broken was the one that you kind of broke down during too, right?
I did it a lot differently when I did.
Yeah. No, I know that, but I'm saying that was the one that kind of hit you pretty hard while you were doing it live.
Yeah, that song hits me hard.
And
It's
so
a very raw song.
And so I like the original Broken really well. That one, I don't know, that one flourished more, but also kind of hit me as a lot darker lyrically. Like it sounded a lot broader and it hit a lot darker. I guess that's my most.
A lot of the lyrics
concise-
are different.
I guess
A lot of the lyrics are different.
Well, that's what I'm saying, and I'm trying to be concise because I'm not actually reacting to it right now. But there were a couple of points where I was like, okay, this is. I'll also say that one at a point, there was one line I think early on where you were talking about your parents telling you therapy was a waste of time and stuff like that. That kind of hit me a little bit more personal, on some conversations that I've had with my dad, even, and stuff, and kind of took me to a, I guess more of a, like, I know it's your story, but I can connect with it place. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and it's not that you can't relate to things that are a specific person's story.
Yeah.
It's just most of the songs don't get as intimate as Broken does.
Yeah. No, I get
Well,
that.
actually, none of the songs get as intimate as Broken does on this. That's the one that's most about me of any of them.
Yeah. No, and
Atheist says, seeing me in the classic We Skeem attire without the mask felt strange in a good way. Yeah, I actually also, one of the things I did, because visually, my concept for me without the mask was me still wearing the mask, and that's why it's black, because you're seeing kind of what I see under the mask.
Right.
So all these shots of me under the mask are completely dark, because I'm implying indirectly, it's not something I assume people would just pick up on, but it's in my head, I'm implying that this is me, what I look like under the mask. And I actually kind of did a little Batman thing. It's the most thick my eyeliner is the whole time, because I'm just like, it just felt appropriate to have like this kind of a feel of the menace under it all. What's beneath that?
Well, it's also a really personal story. I mean, it's
Thanks, Elena.
It's a really personal story that you've kind of touched on a few times and talked about a few times, but also that I feel like it's fitting that you be there. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And then Philip says, faster tempo at the start makes a surprising difference, like both, but the mood feels different. The mood of this new one is more in line with where it fits in the album, right? So when I took any songs that have existed prior, my goals were to make it fit in this album, since this album had a very direct path and goal to it. But the other goal that I had, aside from making sure it fit into the album, is I wanted it to be, from a technical perspective, something that I would consider vastly superior to the original. In the way that I arranged the instruments, the vocals, the engineering. Now, a lot of people, because they've heard the original first, will prefer the original, and some people will prefer the original even if the original is not the first one they hear, because that's just how it is. But I designed them in a way that I would imagine most people, once they get over, if they've heard the original, get over the weirdness of how different it is, that most people would conclude that the new ones are vastly superior. So those were the two things that kind of those were what drove the changes to any of the songs that you've seen before in this. Is I wanted them to fit into the story I was telling, and I wanted them to be superior pieces of music.
Right. Well, I think with that one, like I said, the biggest contrast is, and I think it is what he was talking about, the faster tempo making it feel different. It's just this one sounded brighter, but again, I feel like the story was a bit darker. You know what I mean? Like
I tell the story in a more menacing way than I did before. But yeah, I mean, I think a lot of it sounding brighter is because I didn't just rap the whole time like I do in the original. I sang a lot of it. The chorus is sung at a higher octave out the gate.
Right.
But then it also feels a lot darker, and that's mostly in the lyrics, because like you never had an end chorus in the original where I switch it from he's broken to I'm broken. This one, the last chorus, when I go a higher range, I'm saying I'm broken instead of he's broken. So it's like it. I feel that alone, that the ending of it alone makes it a lot darker. Right. Especially since you're also following where the break, now the music completely stops, and the last thing I say, there's not even a single effect on my voice. It's literally my raw voice in the microphone. So you have a lot of lyric changes and tone changes in the music that definitely push home, I think, more effectively than the original did, that this is a song about me being sexually assaulted as a child.
Right.
This is something that there should be no... the song frames this kid's fucking weird and dealing with it, and then you get a little bit of why. And I think the original did an okay job of that, but I always felt there was a lack of grit.
Yeah.
There was a lack of, like, because it was the second song I'd ever made even addressing that this happened to me, so there's still a lot of tension in me even figuring out how to express that. So I think now that I've had more time to process and talk about it,
Right.
I was able to focus a lot more on how to tell an effective narrative musically and lyrically. So I would consider this a much better portrayal of what I tried to get across the first time,
Yeah,
in my opinion.
I agree with you because it definitely comes across grittier. It comes across harsher, you know. And I also think, obviously, you know, we don't have the same circumstances leading up to reasons we would need to see a therapist, but like I said, there is also that kind of touch where when you're dealing with somebody that, especially the people who are closest to you, don't understand, you know, just kind of that feeling of being outside of it, or you know, wasting your time, or being a baby or whatever. And I did notice, you know, there's the line in there about the therapist telling you that you enjoyed it and had a perverted mind. And I'm really trying not to break down the song right now.
No, you're fine. You'll break it down again even if you do tonight. It's okay.
But
we all know.
You know that I guess that point, you know, kind of being there, if you've skimmed into that, I guess, that world, if you've ever had to be in that situation where you're sitting down talking to somebody about something that really troubles you, bothers you and stuff, and gotten those responses where you're actually trying to work through something and you get the answers that you don't like, or you know, that aren't going to really help you come to grips with the things that you're going through and trying to rationalize, you know, that furthering of the isolation, like that one just kind of, this version just kind of punches that in for me a little bit more. Like, you know, Dr. Atheist said that he teared up listening to it. I did too, you know, and I think a lot of it is because it feels a lot more, not that the original didn't, but it feels a lot more
just I go back to one of the pivotal parts of Broken that I never liked from when I released it onward, but I didn't know how else to do it. When you have the changing key, right? And I tell the story of where this is all coming from, or at least a good chunk of it. In the original, I just do this kind of, you know, typical Skeem type of rap, and you know, I talk about she was pretty, so if anything, then I had planned it. Kind of an almost ICP vibe. And I felt like it lost a lot of the authenticity and weight and brevity of the moment when I was leaning into the disturbing part of it, right?
right.
That, oh yeah, so now I'm a fucking freak because I got molested. So there was a lot more leaning into the bizarrity. Whereas there was still some of that energy here because it is an energy that I think is appropriate, but the lyrics of it that is the one part of the song where all of the lyrics are different. You know, the other parts of the song, there's some minor changes, but everything was started from scratch on that moment of the song. You got, you know, out with it. I was 11 or 12. Like none of that existed in the original. It's all completely different. And it was what I think I was trying to do in Broken originally is what I made sure I actually did here, which was have the type of menace that you get from someone who is beyond the end of their emotional rope, rather than the type of menace that the original portrayed, which is what you would get from someone who is still kind of just in sarcastic denial of it, and throwing it in your face. And that's honestly where I was at the time.
Right.
I hadn't processed it nearly as much as I have by now, even though it's something that happened when I was 11. I never brought it up again after that therapy session until 2019. So I've only had 3 years where I've actually been processing this, and Once Upon a Loser came out the same year that I first started talking about it.
Right. Yeah. And like I said, I mean, to me, it hits. I mean, from every angle, it hits a lot different. I do like the build up to it too. The piece about, you know, will everybody accept me if I'm showing them this real piece of me? You know, will we go further? And again, that was kind of what I was kind of expecting going into the album. You know, a lot of that, and kind of it building into Normal like that, especially into a super personal song for you. I do like that arrangement.
Broken.
You know what I mean?
Normal is a personal. Yeah, I know. It's an easy flip flop.
Yeah, I was thinking about
Normal
normal
might
at
get
the same time.
revisited at some point as well, but
Right.
it was considered for this project as I was building it, and it didn't come in. Oh, and James just dropped $10.
Thanks, James.
Just checking in, only love, big sexy.
Am I privating this stream? Yes, I am privating this stream.
Yes, this stream is getting privated until
And the Twitch VOD will be taken down. So
the Twitch VOD might never come back, but the YouTube will unprivate Friday at 6. When it's safe.
I will schedule right now the YouTube stream.
unprivate date.
Yeah, I will schedule the stream to premiere back at like 7 on Friday. And then I'll be live at 8 while you guys are potentially watching the premiere, and it'll be a whole thing.
Friday's gonna be crazy. I mean, After the Tone was a huge emotional moment for me when I released that, and so was Once Upon a Loser. Those are the two albums I remember that really hit me when I released it. And I feel like this one's gonna hit me in a different way.
Yeah.
This one, I don't know if anyone here has seen me say this, but I've said many times, I honestly and authentically went into this and designed it around the idea, since this is, me doing a serious attempt at music,
Yeah.
that it very well might not work. And there's a lot of stuff on YouTube I put on hold to accommodate for it.
Yeah.
And YouTube and everything else has already been suffering. So I had the very real mindset in creating this, that this could be the last thing you ever get to create where you don't have a day job to worry about.
Yeah.
So what are you going to do to take advantage of that privilege that you have? And so I really try to put everything that I could possibly think into this. Does that make it perfect? No, because I suck at most things, and I've not even done videography very well at all. But I think the thing that anyone watching will appreciate regardless, hopefully, is that it was done with enough appreciation for those who I want to watch it, that they
Right.
won't feel like I'm trying to waste their time. is my
Yeah.
hope.
Well, the feel of it literally comes across that way to me. You know what I mean? Maybe that's just being like a fan or a friend or something like that. But like the whole feel of it feels. I think I texted you that, something along those lines. Like I know that you put everything into it. You know what I'm saying? Like it feels like you've literally put like all of you into the track, and so
It was a lot
or
of
into
method
the album
acting
project.
on accident. I put it as method acting on accident because, my portrayal of myself through the 6 minutes that aren't the music videos and in the music videos themselves is this isolation recluse in this basement and having weird mental episodes. And honestly, that was the actual creation of this, because I dove so much time and resources into this to make it what I wanted it to be, since I knew it could be my last hurrah, that, up until I finished it, and I'm still trying to recover from it, I near the end of finishing it, I think I went almost 3 solid weeks where there was not a single night that I fell asleep.
Yeah.
I would just pass out.
Right.
And there's a very distinct difference, and it's because I couldn't even think of the idea of sleeping. It just wasn't working. My body wouldn't do it. I started having what I had in high school, which is a version of anxiety-induced sleep apnea. As soon as I fall asleep, I wake up gasping for air.
Right.
So I just couldn't sleep, and if I tried to go to sleep, it just caused more anxiety. So I would literally just do stuff until all of a sudden I realized I was waking up because I passed out while I was doing stuff.
Right.
And that was almost a full month, and it's because, and it just, it shows in the themes of what I'm making, and the videos and how bizarre they get, because it's just like, what is here, what is not here. And yeah, I have never stretched myself so thin as when I created this, but I'm hoping, like I've been saying, if you've seen my social media posts on this, I'm like, I'm not trying to blow anyone's minds, break any records. I would love to see this succeed, especially on Spotify, where you don't even see the video for it, right? Because I don't see YouTube as a platform to get your music off the ground.
Right.
But the video part of it was so important to me, because I want whoever still exists and cares that I exist to feel like, especially if I'm going to, have lost enough relevancy to not be able to do this as the only thing I do, I want the people who have stuck around, and it's not anything to do with them as to why I might not be able to only do this. I want them to not feel let down by whatever this is.
Right. No, and I get that. Like I said, there's a lot that kind of strikes me about it, and definitely the biggest part of that, I just feel like I feel like it's such a culmination, even from that first trailer. I feel like it's such a culmination of like, just where you're at, what you've done to this point, where you're at with your actual core fan base and everything. Like it is a strong, even the way it's been portrayed, the way that you've hyped it up and kind of talked about it and everything else is just a strong homage to, I guess, everything that you've done to this point in my mind, if that makes sense. And I know that sounds crazy because it's literally the first thing coming out of a reset button, but I feel...
mean, there is a lot about it though that it's less of an homage and more of, outside of the storytelling element of it and just into the what's actually there element of it, which is what you're addressing.
Right.
It's not an homage as much as it is retaining everything that every major thing I can think of that I've done that I have pride in, and making it known that I'm carrying that forward,
right?
Even if there is no forward,
and kind of saying bye to the things that you don't love as much.
Those just really aren't mentioned, honestly.
Right.
They just don't exist.
Right.
And I mean, I've kept that mentality very consistent since I really said goodbye to that scene. The death to YouTube rap followed by epilogue.
Yeah.
I just literally, you wouldn't have seen a single tweet or post or anything from me that even shows that I acknowledge that any of that exists, really. Because I don't. Just whatever my future is, it's whatever it is.
Right. Well,
what up, Bars?
Hello, Bars. Bars is like, I heard a thing was happening here.
It already happened.
It already happened.
You
I noticed Dr. A asked if we were privating the stream, and then got super
like,
quiet.
Hey,
and so he's probably
go tell people. Rewind, record, rewind.
He's over there. Hang on, let me turn off the VOD on YouTube real quick.
He's like, let me go. No, he's over there going, let me go ahead and screen record, rewind and screen record this.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Like, did you know that on YouTube you can turn off like the DVR function so that they can't search through the live stream at all?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna do that, but I'm saying I could.
Yeah, you could.
That way, everybody coming down, it's like, well.
Too bad. You can't rewind.
All the good
Twitch
shit already
rules.
happened.
I mean, the best shit might be still to come, but not about, as far as spoilers. That is behind us. The best spoilers are certainly behind us.
The spoilers are behind us. They were good spoilers, but you guys can catch them again next weekend. After you've already been able to catch
the lack of comments
content.
from the lack of comments from the 14 people here when they came out makes me very very at the same level of concerned as I was before.
Well, interestingly, it's actually 17 now. My viewer count has not went up any. What the fuck?
Whoa, Lil Daisy's mom. Never let down, here for the journey of life. Here, Lil Daisy's mom is a huge contributor on my channel. Apparently she showed up now to give you to help you out as well, which is good because you've helped us out a lot.
Thank you, Lil Daisy's mom.
Lil Daisy's friggin' mom says, "Here is big money for you boys to split tonight." Lil Daisy's mom, welcome.
I appreciate that.
She just shows up when she shows up, and it's heavy fisted every time.
That was pretty ham-fisted.
I appreciate you so much, Lil Daisy's mom.
I do too.
Mrs. Skeem gonna be out here like, no, we're splitting Lil Daisy's mom's blessings for the month.
Oh man. Oh,
much love to you.
That was very sweet of you. I'm gonna go ahead and assume that you've already pre-ordered the album and that you didn't take away from that fund for that.
Lil Daisy's mom says, "I'll be back sooner than later. Don't worry, Mrs. Scheme. You'll get your solo stream."
Almost
Lil Daisy's mom contributions. I rank this project #1 of anything I've done by a wide margin. Things that I am uneasy about the release of. Because I'm realizing I've never released anything of this type with YouTube as a big focus of it
Right.
that I was actually serious about. Like Once Upon a Loser, I felt was a very serious album from its own goofy We Skeem perspective, but that only touched YouTube in a couple ways. It was mostly just, a digital release.
Right.
Most of the songs that I thought would be not, commercially friendly never hit YouTube.
Right.
And that's been true of like everything I've done. The only stuff I've released that I find very accessible is the pop punk stuff, and that's not very vulnerable. It's not very personal. It's just fun.
Right.
So this is the first thing that's like all on YouTube. Like it'll all be on YouTube. It's obviously everywhere else, but it's where it's like there's no veil where I can say, well, it's not supposed to be taken seriously, or well, it's just goofing, or well, it's just my version of this. No, this is supposed to be in its genre, a serious actual reflection of it. And I'm like, I am still horrified that I suck at everything because of like, I know that the production is going to be technically good, but I'm just like, this might just fucking suck. And that's, trauma I've carried since, I had the label and then lost it when Brittany went MIA because I wasn't good enough on my own. And so, yeah, I am high anxiety for this, even though I know that its probable failure would have everything to do with the fact that I'm not known right now and nothing to do with the quality of the project. But I think my biggest anxiety is it's almost certainly going to do poorly because of where I'm at right now as a creator. And no matter how many ways I'll try to rationalize that, I will still I'm trying to figure out how is there any situation where I can compartmentalize that in context and say it's not because it sucked.
Right.
So I'm still bracing for that, and I'm like halfway being like, man, if only the people who have followed me forever all get drawn out of the woodwork for this one. Like the people who watch it first watch all 34 minutes, and YouTube sees the craziest retention on a long video and actually recommends me to the people who subbed a year ago and haven't seen anything from me. And this would be the first time they even see my face. Like, cause that happens even with just my community. If this actually just reaches only my own community from over the years, it would actually pop off.
Yeah.
So like, I'm like, I just wish that could happen because then I won't be so sad, but I don't see it happening. And so I'm just going to be like, I'm just trying to figure out how I'm going to process the depression that will follow the release of this.
Well, we can
my
always
head right now.
we can always go live the next day and just get drunk if it doesn't do well.
I mean, that might help because I'm sure, day one analytics are going to be like, the video's going to be lucky to scratch 1,000 or 2,000 views, which is going to be devastating. And the album on Spotify is probably going to be in the same boat. So, Saturday, maybe Saturday is a slosh Saturday because it's going to tank and I need to get drunk and have people tell me that I'm pretty. Like, it's not the album's fault. It's because nobody likes you. It was good, but nobody likes you. I'm like, that makes me feel better.
It's YouTube's fault.
No, not YouTube's fault, because it's going to be on Spotify, too.
Oh.
What
Yeah,
I need
that's
to know is you did good, but nobody cares about you. I can live with that.
Right.
I can live with you did good, but nobody cares about you. But it's going to take a lot of people reinforcing that, as well as analytics that prove
Right.
it. Like that whoever watched it, most people actually watched most of it. Because if it ends up being like the average viewer watches like 4 minutes, then I'm like, you ain't fooling me. I didn't do good. I just suck. And it could just suck. Honestly, I think the music's gonna be pretty good.
Look at that bars with the preemptive pretty comment.
Thank you, Bars. I think the music's pretty good if you like that type of music, but I have no confidence that my cinematography is actually any good because it's my first time really getting into that. Aside from a music video, but the in-between parts, those aren't music videos. It's a very different type of way you're supposed to shoot.
I think it's going to be interesting. At least I'm here for that kind of content. At least from what I saw from the spoiler that you gave, what I've seen from the clips and the trailers. I mean, I personally enjoy that type of content. I know I'm not very much indicative of the majority of people.
One of the things that has made me realize depression might be imminent is I just thought I've been thinking about this for a while. Like if Bo Burnham wasn't known, he had the audience my size. So let's say Bo Burnham has the exact kind of audience I do, where he has tens of thousands of people who have followed him at one point or another, but probably 1,000 on a good day who actually care about him regularly. That's
Right.
Bo Burnham. He drops Inside. It doesn't get to go on Netflix, just hits YouTube to that audience. And I'm like, it would fucking flop.
Right.
Because nobody who wasn't those 1,000 people who really knew Bo intimately would give a single shit.
Right.
The reason Inside works is because it's brilliantly crafted, but people also care about who Bo Burnham is. And then if people don't care or know Bo Burnham, they know a lot of people who do care about Bo Burnham, which makes them vicariously be invested in who this person is. And so I've just been thinking, like, I know for a fact this isn't the quality of what Bo Burnham did with Inside. He is better at his craft than I am. There might be certain things that someone could pick and say, you technically did this better. But overall, what he did is going to be better. There was more time put into it. He has more experience with every element of what he was doing.
Right.
And I consider him a better artist all around. And he's also smarter than me, which means he's better at pulling this shit off. So I already know that my thing is not the quality of what his thing is, but I also know that if he had my audience, his thing would have flopped.
Right.
So it's going to be, I have been trying to prep myself for the last several months as this has been produced to know that this is going to fucking flop. It has a slight chance on Spotify to be okay if the Spotify algorithm recommends it to the right people. But on YouTube, this thing is going to crash and fucking burn. And I've been just trying to tell myself, it's not because it sucks, maybe. Because Bo Burnham's Inside would have fucking crashed and burned if he was in your position. And that didn't suck, right?
Right.
So, but it's like you said, I think us getting completely smashed on Saturday after might be the best. The best. I'm gonna this shit is gonna be depression, possibly me going back to work just because I can't deal that's why I put everything into this. This is like a big possible life-changing moment in not always good ways for me.
Right.
I think Mrs. Skeem can attest to how much this entire thing has weighed on me and how I'm like, I feel like I'm proud of this, but I also feel like I'm about to get fucking hit by a semi-truck on Friday.
I mean, I think it's, you already know my opinion. There's no point in me trying to reinforce at this point.
I think what's going to be if anyone's like, oh shit, this is sad to hear Skeem say these things. Look. You want to help? First of all, watch the whole fucking thing, even if you don't like it, just to give the whole thing a chance. The next thing would be, if you do like it, please tell me, literally in a comment on that fucking video, tell me that you liked it and why, not just, oh my God, fire. Oh, this is I want a genuine, thought out sentence from you, at least. And then if you're willing to write a genuine thought out sentence, fucking share it to someone else on social media. Because if I'm getting tagged on people sharing shit and I'm seeing sentence long comments that, actually show thought, not, oh my God, this was great, actual thoughtful comments and people sharing it. If that shit happened, even if it still failed, I know I'd be able to deal with it.
Right.
Because I know that when someone genuinely fucks with something, they leave a genuine comment. They want to show other people and they will. And because I've had projects that didn't do great, but I felt great about because there was such a organic love for it from those who saw it. And I've had a lot of projects that haven't had that. So I'm just that would be probably the best way that I could possibly have my depression curbed is if I saw that authentic, actual appreciation for this from whoever sees it.
Right. I will say I get what you're saying. I am probably the worst person for leaving the generic comments.
Your reaction is that for me though.
Yeah.
You leave all of that when you watch shit.
And that's what I was gonna say, but it's usually because I finished doing something and I'm just so drained from talking about it for 20 minutes that I'm just hey man,
anyone
this
who
was
reacts
dope.
to something like this that's 34 minutes long,
right,
is a big part of curbing my depression.
Right. Yeah. No, and we'll definitely have the video. It'll probably be live, but
and yes, Mrs. Skeem does win the award for the worst at commenting and complimenting.
I don't know, man. There are a lot of times.
No, she got you on lock. she knows. We all know.
I have seen some of Mrs. Skeem's comments, and I've been like, okay.
It's not her strong suit. Words of affirmation are not her skill.
It's not my love language at all. It's my bottom ranked.
It's not mine either. I suck at words of affirmation too. So it sucks because I can't do it, but I know what it looks like when it's done well, and my wife can't do it. So there is no affirmation in this household. But for some reason, at least we're both seemingly decent at it with our kids.
Well, the funniest thing was, so me and my wife, like out of the blue, we decided to do the 5 love languages thing, you know?
Yeah,
And
yeah.
we did the quiz, and like words of affirmation is my lowest, right? And then like, hang on, I have screenshots of our things. I can't remember what they are. I'm not gonna pause the conversation until I find them. But suffice to say, words of affirmation are my lowest, and like receiving praise is her highest. And so it's like, oh, I just constantly knock you into a bad situation. Don't I? I'm like,
I think physical touch and receiving praise tend to be my highest,
yeah.
and Mrs. Skeem is neither.
Well,
so
physical,
I feel like everyone who gets married finds out. It's like, oh, I'm really shitty at showing that I love you, aren't I? And you're really shitty at making me feel loved. Yep. High five.
Yep. See, and that's the thing. So, physical touch is really high on my wife's love languages, and it's also like my second lowest. And
So you guys just fuck to show you love each other. That's the solution.
Pretty much. And it's funny because until we had done that, like she's always the person that wants to come over. Like I'll be standing like looking at my phone or something in the kitchen, and like she'll come up behind me and like hug me, and I'm like, get off of me, like.
See, that's the other way around for Mrs. Skeem and I. I'm the one that'll do like affectionate touches, and she'll just look at me like, "What?" I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm very much.
I'm like, have you seen that I randomly pick up my kids and stuff when I don't need to as well? That's like how I express.
Well,
like,
I'm not a hugger. I said that when I first started going to the church that I go to, like my preacher is a hugger. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And like he's very much, he's like come up and give you a bear hug. First time we went there, he came up and I jumped back and he's like, is everything okay? And I was like, I'm just, unless there's a purpose, I don't really like to be touched. You know?
yeah. See, I don't like touching people in general, but I think it has more to do with I don't like people in general, because the people I like, I want to touch all the time. Not in like a weird way unless it's Mrs. Skeem, but it's just like if I actually, but I don't usually, unless I don't like hug my bros or whatever, because I know most of them aren't wanting that.
Yeah.
But if like they're chill with it, like some of my guys friends from long back who were super physically affectionate, oh yeah, we were like it practically like friggin' like snuggle and spoon each other on the couch levels, bro. I'm super loose with that kind of stuff if I'm with someone who is also that way.
Yeah.
And if you see me with my kids and stuff, I'm all friggin' over my kids. Like,
see,
it's just how I show affection.
See, I have spurts, man. Like with my kids, or with my kid, I have like a spurt. Like I'll pick her up and like body slam her and on the couch. Not like.
No, I'm talking just like literally just cuddling with my kids. Like any chance I get, I'm like, we're hugging, and they're like, why are we hugging? I'm like, because we're hugging.
Yeah. So like I pulled up. I found mine. I can't find hers. Literally, it's like quality time is 40%. Everything else is below 20%.
Dang.
And so
just
like
give me all of your time.
Yeah.
That used to be Mrs. Skeem.
I'm just like, I want you to listen to me and just like let me talk to me, and then just fuck off and do your thing. Like I don't want your gifts. I don't want your words. I don't want your hugs. Like. Just talk to me for a minute and then fuck off. Like that, but literally that's just me, you know? Like,
yeah, everyone's different. And I think one of the healthiest things is understanding that just because they don't do things the way you do doesn't mean there's not love there.
Yeah.
Like Mrs. Skeem, I'm always like, have you heard me ever give any decent words of affirmation ever? Like, I know that's what you want, but who's getting that from me ever?
Yeah.
Like my attempts with my kids, who I love more than anything that could ever exist, are still pretty sad.
Yeah.
I just end up hugging them instead because they're like, I don't do the words.
I get it, because like my friends have always made fun of me because like I have conversations with my daughter like she's an adult, and I have her entire life, just because like we'll be sitting there and I'm like, okay, I need you to do this, and then she's like, 3 months old going. And I'm like, no, I need you to go over here and do this. And she's just looking at me like I just pooped. Like, you gonna fix this?
Like you address me like an adult. Right
Yeah,
now.
yeah. I'm like,
I'm not
no.
having this crap.
I'm like, talk to me like a grown up. Oh, the worst. And I have to rein myself in a lot as a father, like, because so we did a family vacation. It was me, my dad, my stepmom, my stepsister, my brother-in-law, my 3 nieces, my daughter, and then my great niece. And so it was chaos anyway. We were all in one house, and like. My daughter has been the baby until my oldest niece had her kid recently. Her kid's a year old now. And so she was around Joey, my great niece, and she's like, oh, I'm not the baby now? Well, I'm going to be the baby. And so, like,
Oh, no.
I started talking to her, and all she would say back is, Dad, 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 Dad. And I was like, fuck no. I'm like, we've been through this shit. I'm like, we ain't going
We're
back to
past
this shit.
stage.
I'm like, we go, no. I'm like, you talk to me in a full sentence right now. And she's just like, she just runs away from me crying to Sierra, and she's like, Mom, 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 Mom.
And then Sierra scooped her
Yeah,
right up.
and she scoops her up, picks her up, and she's like, what's wrong, baby? And I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, you stop. I'm like, you stop enabling. Not that bad. I have to rein, like I said, I rein myself in, but I'm like, my initial tendency is just to be like, no, this is not okay. Everyone stop feeding this.
Like, I will not go back.
I'm like,
Been
listen,
through that before.
I'm like, we finished this shit. We left this behind. Like, like, but you know,
We Skeem sometimes will say gaga goo goo because he hears people making baby noises.
yeah.
But he just likes emulating whatever he's hearing.
Well, see, I never talked baby talk to my kid. Like, and
Well, we don't do that either. It's the shows sometimes
yeah,
that they watch.
yeah, they do.
They'll be like, the baby goes goo goo gaga, and then We Skeem would be like goo goo gaga and run around the house saying it.
Yeah,
It's like, all right, dude.
yeah, that's
He never said it as a baby, but he's saying it as a 3-year-old.
You know, there's
All right,
that.
dude.
You know, there's that moment where you're just like, no, we're past this. I can't go.
There's
back.
no past it with him. His adventure is a windy road of autism.
Right. Right.
His adventure is he's 3 and he could read a bunch of words, spell a bunch of words, tell you what word you said if you spell it out loud and count to 100, but he can't form normal sentences or jump.
Well, that was yeah. Well,
Autism, bro. It's a trip.
well, and that was my thing. Like, my daughter's super smart, and like to the point that I've been worried about her, and you know, like whether I should get her tested and stuff, because like there have been times where, you know, it just throws me off that she can do these complex things. She can watch me do, she can literally, like, by the time she was 2.5, she could unlock doors and open them. So I had to like baby proof every fucking thing. And then like the baby handles didn't work because she figured out like where to pinch them to open off the door. And I'm like, you can't even reach. How are you even reaching this? And she would find like a stool for her toys to get up on the thing, open it a crack, back up, take the stool away, open it the rest of the way. And I'm like, so it was a nightmare anyway, but then like she was speech delayed and stuff like that. And I'm like, how, like, tell me how you're working simple machines basically.
Your speech delayed.
but you can't talk to me. like
Yeah. He had some mobility delays as well, still does. So
Yeah.
he kind of had delays everywhere. But where he had his hyperfixations, just super advanced, which was letters and numbers.
Yeah.
Everything to do with letters and numbers, he has hyperfixation on, and shapes and colors. So all those like kid items, like this kid will tell you the difference between a pentagon, a hexagon, and an octagon.
Yes. Yeah.
At 3. Well, he
Yeah.
was doing that at 2. And you're just like, you're not supposed to be able to do that, dude, but you can't say yes or no that you want something, but you could tell me the difference between an octagon and a pentagon.
Right. Yeah.
Explain this to me, child.
No. And like I said, that's where like I think I even reached out to you at one point about it. Like I was thinking about
Yeah,
getting
you
my
did.
daughter
You were like,
tested. 'Cause,
should I get her tested? I'm like, it doesn't hurt to get her tested.
yeah. Cause like,
Because the therapy has helped my son tremendously
yeah.
since he got diagnosed with it.
Well, and that was the thing with him. Like Em was going through these cycles, and she still does to a certain extent. And I still keep trying to convince my wife that like it's a good idea, but of course she's in that terrified like I don't want anything to be wrong with my child.
No, what you need, if you don't want it to be a problem, you have to get it addressed because the first 5 years of life are the only years that you can actually change the wiring of someone's brain.
Well,
so if you want to make it that she can function more neurotypical, if she's not neurotypical, then she needs to be doing therapy in the first 5 years.
And that's the thing that hit me because my sister wasn't diagnosed as autistic until she was 16, and it was like at that point, like she just had all these triggers and all these patterns and everything.
It's so much harder if you don't catch it early.
Yeah,
and it's so many parents have that Schrodinger's cat moment of I don't want the cat to be dead, so I won't open the box.
Yeah,
I'm like, but in this situation, you could still do something about it, but you can't if you wait.
Yeah.
If you wait, you're going to be throwing Band-Aids on it. But if you get it early, you can actually resolve a lot of the issue. And it's not that like being autism is bad or having autism is bad or a wrong thing, but you want to have a certain ability to be neurotypical so you can function, which certain levels of autism on the spectrum won't have that without early intervention therapy. They won't be able to live on their own. And it's a lot less likely you're going to be in that kind of a position if you have early intervention therapy.
Well, and that's where I think I've won her over at this point. I'm pretty sure at our next doctor's appointment, we're going to try to get a referral from a primary care doctor.
She's 4 now?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you still got a good year
Yeah.
where you can get in there if you get her in. Or even if she's already 5, it's still early.
Yeah.
You just don't want her to be 7, 8, 9 years old or older before you even catch it. That's not good for her.
And it's something we've tried to talk to her primary care doctor before, and they've always
they're
shrugged
awful
it
about
off.
it. Primary care doctors will be like, they're fine, no matter what.
Yeah.
Our primary care doctor was like, he's fine. We put him in speech therapy. He's like, why are you even doing that? He'll speak when he's ready.
Right.
I'm sure he'll talk your ear off. We're like, okay, you're a great doctor at primary care, but this is a psychology issue, so we're gonna leave that to the psychologist. Who, as soon as they saw him, were like, yeah, he's autistic. We're like, yeah, we figured. So always remember your primary care physician is not a trained psychologist or psychiatrist, so don't expect them to be.
Well, that was one of the things. So we were getting Em ready for preschool when she was like 3, and we were trying to like work on counting, and it was like she learned 1 through 10 in like a day. She learned her alphabet in like 2 days, and it was like, but she still wasn't using sentences the right way with us and stuff. Yep. And so I'm like,
those are all signs. It doesn't mean that's what it is.
Yeah,
but those are all definitely signs.
And that was my first real worry because I was like, but then I'll watch her play with something and I'll ask her about it and she'll just ignore me and keep playing with it or like
that's a sign.
Yeah. And I'm like, I'm sitting here adding all this up. I'm like, hey, wait, are you paying attention to this, and this? And she's like, but she's so smart. And I'm like, yeah, that kind of goes
fine.
with it.
Autistic kids are all different levels of intelligence.
Yeah.
Hyper intelligent, lacking intelligence. It's a spectrum for a reason.
Yeah.
So intelligence does not mean not something else.
I think my kicker was that there was one day Emery, my daughter, was FaceTiming with my mom on the phone, and she was doing the kid thing, and mom was like, "How old is mommy?" And she was like 6, and like all that stuff, and then she was like, "How old is daddy?" And Em goes, 32, and I'm like,
what?
I'm like, how do you know? like. What has given you this context and like why do you even remember that?
I think like we had suspected it with my son for a long time, but when I was 100% convinced, it was probably a few months before we actually got him diagnosed, because I was always like probably, but I don't know. But when I went from probably but I don't know to guaranteed, there is no way any trained physician is not going to diagnose him with autism. The first time I took him to the trampoline park, his reaction to it was so in line with someone having sensory and developmental issues that are found in autism.
Right.
And every way that I was able to help him through it to get him to enjoy it, I approached the way that I would approach someone on the spectrum, and they all worked. And I was like, yep, we've suspected it, but now I am 100% sure. And then a few months from then, he was diagnosed officially.
Yeah. That's interesting. My kid pushes people out of the way at the trampoline park, so I'm not sure
That is a trait. I mean, lots of kids do that, but that is definitely something that he does and is common. Like he was sitting on the slide waiting for another kid to go down, but he wanted those kids to go first, so he literally went, boom, you're going down the slide so that I can take my turn.
M just ignores everybody. Like she's just
so does he, unless he has a reason to care. But if you're somewhere where he's wanting you to do something else, he will just push you into doing that something else.
Right.
And he still does that, says Mrs. Skeem. I'm not surprised. He's like, nope, you're going down. Yeah. It's your turn.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, when you gave the list of things that you had observed, I said, it sounds to me, based on that list alone, I don't interact with her, but that list would say she's probably somewhere on the spectrum.
Right.
Or something else, you know, some form of ADHD is possible as well, because a lot of autism symptoms and ADHD symptoms overlap. But I'm like, it's worth getting checked out because that's a lot of legitimate symptoms that you want to catch early. But you know, it's interesting with myself because I found out I have a genetic defect that is connected with autism. So I found that out recently through DNA testing, that I have a genetic defect that messes how my body digests stuff and is also strongly linked with autism. We've long thought that my dad is autistic. I ran the list by Mrs. Skeem, and she also said, I think she's on the spectrum when I showed Mrs. Skeem the list that you sent me. And then, you know, I've been told indirectly that I'm on the spectrum, but it's hard for adults to be tested. And one of the reasons that I hypothesized that I'm able to display as somewhat neurotypical and people wouldn't immediately assume autism with me is, one, that the spectrum is very wide and some people display differently. But I've always been just a very weird person. But I think the reason autism was never attributed is because one of the most effective yet controversial but still effective ways to help autistic kids portray as neurotypical is ABA therapy. Very intensive behavioral therapy that is controversial because it's really trying to rewire the brain, you know, to be normal. So it's very controversial because it stifles some of the things that people consider advantages of being autistic. And it just says, no, you will be normal. So it's a controversial thing, but it's very effective in making people display as neurotypical. Well, it just so happens that ABA therapy shares a lot in common with evangelical cult method of parenting, known as Growing Kids God's Way. That was very popular way back in the day. Growing Kids God's Way was basically a cult-like therapy for kids to apply to their kids to make them fall in line with the good ways that the good Lord wants kids to be.
Right.
So it's very militant, you sit a certain way with a certain posture. You get spanked if you disobey. You speak in a certain sentence structure, things like this, which honestly is a lot of what ABA is just programming kids to do things normally that autistic kids wouldn't do normally. Like, no matter how much you focus on the family is who made Growing Kids God's Way. Mrs. Skeem said that's a more recognizable name.
I know Focus with the Family. I actually used to listen
that's one of the
lot.
curriculums they released, and it's basically this very stringent curriculum that lines up with ABA because ABA is doesn't matter how much you kick, scream, cry, you will be punished and reprimanded and made to fall in line, which is effective at rewiring the brain. You attach some Christian labels to it, and basically I was raised in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, homeschooled ABA therapy from my mother and father. So it makes a lot of sense that I have a lot of issues, but I portray myself as generally neurotypical to most people. I just seem like a weird dude to most people, not an autistic dude. And I would bet every bit of money I would ever earn in my life that is because my mother accidentally instilled me with ABA therapy for the first 13 years of my life every single day.
Right.
So it's effective.
Yeah.
Not necessarily the best thing.
I don't know. I get so torn on like.
There's other therapies besides ABA, by the way. Our son has not done any ABA therapy.
Right.
Not that I'm clinically against it. It's just if he's doing well enough without it, I don't want to do it.
Right.
If he gets to a point that he's not functioning in social situations, I would do it because I would think long term it would be better for him. than not being able to function
Right.
in society. But as so long as he's able to function,
Well, and that makes sense.
then I'm not going to resort to it.
That makes sense. I mean, you want people, at least I personally, and I know this is not a universal view, but I want my kids to grow up with their own sense of identity. I don't want my kid to grow up like, just because I believe whatever,
Mrs.
you know.
Skeem, not traumatized at all. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But honestly, if I would know for sure that my son would suffer some form of trauma like I did from ABA, but be able to function, I would do it. And I would feel terrible for it, but I would do it knowing the alternative is not being able to function in daily life, which so many autistic people live with who might not have had to live with it if they got the right therapy early.
Trauma is a teaching point, though. I mean, trauma literally imprints on your brain better than most lessons through other means.
So I'd like to avoid that if I could.
Right.
But I know for a fact, as someone who's lived it, that I would take that over not being able to function.
Disclaimer: no one should traumatize their children. Just throwing out.
This isn't just traumatizing. This is indirect trauma experiences
Right.
through rigid restructuring of your neurology to
Right.
help you to function properly in life.
Yeah. I just had to give the disclaimer because I know that at some
Don't
point
just traumatize your kids and hope for something good to happen.
some random person at some point will watch this part and be like, are they advocating traumatizing children? No.
In a controlled environment, kind of. I mean, in an indirect way, yeah.
Roxy said, I look thirsty. I've finished all my whiskey.
It's gone. He's hydrated. He is hydrated.
I need another drink though.
We haven't talked about artificial in a minute. I knew this is where this would
We
go. I'm
haven't
not
talked
mad
about-
about it. It's fine.
We
We
haven't
have more
talked-
people watching now. They weren't.
We
They're
do.
like, oh, good. They stopped talking about that stupid, pretentious art project that Skeem's doing. I can hang out now.
You guys missed all the spoilers about it.
That's fine.
I think
You have to show up on Friday then.
that is true.
What up? What up? Jorge or George?
Jorge.
I'm going to say Jorge because it looks like Jorge. And the last name would support it as well. Hispanic brethren, let's go.
Who's this guy on Twitch saying let's work? Work on what? I mean,
Let's work?
what are you doing?
On Instagram, let's work, baby.
Let's work. Who are you talking to? What do you want to work on?
It's some it's some fucking like
No, I
SEO
know,
spam type.
Yeah,
dude.
yeah, absolutely.
First time ever chatting.
He's gonna come back in a
I
second.
wish you the best in your schemes, but it's not gonna work here.
He's gonna come back in like 10 seconds and be like, "You can buy this many followers."
James is back. Is it worth it? Let me work it. Let's flip that shit and reverse it.
Put my thing down, flip it, and reverse it. Oh wait, that's where it just reverses what it says the first time. Yeah. I always try to sing along with it, but I can't.
Missy Elliott. Baby.
Bars has to work tomorrow. So questions? Anybody in the
Good night,
chat?
Bars.
What do you guys have? Bars. You
Yeah,
gotta
some of
have
these
a
people
question
probably missed
about
this
artificial.
entire interview.
Yeah.
So if you need to know anything about it, if you have no idea what this project is, please ask.
If you guys have any question, we ranted about fatherhood for a minute, but if anyone has a question,
Also, here's the beautiful CD
uh-huh.
that you should buy.
Uh-huh.
Please and thank you. Look how good this production is. Printed all in-house. Look how pretty it is.
Yep.
Or if you're feeling spicy, get the version that comes with a Blu-ray. Look at that. It's beautiful. You get all the same stuff as you do with the other one, but it has a butt. That's the Blu-ray, which is way better quality than it'll be on YouTube and contains behind the scenes, not available anywhere else. And if you think it's expensive, it's not. It's literally $20 for the CD and the Blu-ray. You tell me anywhere else where you're getting shit that cheap. $9 if you just get the CD. The CD's not even $10, bro. This is as cheap as I can go and still make some sort of money on it. All right.
Jorge said.
Much love.
Jorge said physical copies. Thank God. Jorge, you are
Good.
watching. You are watching on YouTube as well. There is actually in the description of the stream a link to We Skeem's website to the exact product page.
I just dropped it in the chat as well. If he doesn't even want to put the description.
There that thing is.
Right there.
There that thing is. QVC up in here. Oh man. What about so like different media? Are you thinking? Are you ever gonna use the USB cassettes again?
No, because no one bought them. Everyone complimented how cool they were, and I thought they were fucking badass.
I bought one.
I know you did, but there was very few purchased. I did not make money on that endeavor.
Those are fantastic. Listen,
They are the coolest thing ever, and I stand by it.
Do you still have them up? Like,
I got a ton of them. They're still for
Listen.
sale. There's probably like 30 of them left. at least.
guys.
It is the coolest merch I've
Hold
ever
up.
got. Do
Hold
you want me
up.
to go grab it? Because I
No,
know exactly where mine is.
Mine's closer. I
Okay.
looked over at it a second ago.
All right. No, it's the coolest merch I've ever done. Criminally underrated merch. But I won't do it again because no one bought it. They're all like, oh, this is cool, but they didn't buy it.
Look at this shit, okay? If you guys don't know about this sweet ass thing, first of all, it looks just like a cassette, which I like cassettes, okay? I know cassettes are kind of
I
out
even
of fashion or
designed
whatever.
different art specifically for the cassette release. Like it's got
Yes.
spine art on it and everything. Like if you look at the spine,
Yep.
you have your cassette collection. You got the After the Tone logo on. Like, bro.
Look at that. It's super.
See ya, Elena. Much love.
Bye, Elena. Thank you for everything. But
Now
then
we'll
you open
this
it
bad
up,
boy up.
and you got this
Yep.
cassette in here, okay? And like
cassette.
it looks like a beautiful cassette, and then
It's got a
when you want
back
to play
art
it,
too. Wait, there's back art too.
oh yeah,
Aw, yeah.
okay, and then you're ready to listen to it. Boom.
Boom! Download it to your computer, bitch. Cause
Drop that bitch in.
Cassettes are terrible audio quality. I wouldn't do that to you. It's such low audio quality. It's like MP3, old MP3 quality, 192 kps compression rate. Cassettes suck, but cassettes have a cool aesthetic.
Mm-hmm.
I swear that merch was. Everyone complimented how cool it is, and I agree, but nobody fucking bought it.
Y'all
And it's what's crazier is that is my most streamed album of all time. It's gone now, but it was my most streamed album I ever did. And it didn't even release at the peak of my popularity. It was just the one people listened to the most. So I know that the album is generally liked. I've never been able to clue in why no one bought that thing. I really don't know.
I don't know. They're fantastic.
The CD sold decent. So it's not like no one bought physical media for the album either. Just it's not that it's that expensive either. It's what, $1 more than the CD?
I think so. It wasn't.
So it's like right now it's like what, $8, $9? It's
Yeah.
like nothing.
well,
It's not expensive.
it's also digital, and I was like, okay, do I want this on iTunes or do I just want the fucking super cool USB one that I
You
can just
download it
download?
and put it on your playlist, bro.
Yeah.
If you ever download songs,
Yeah.
ever, there you are. Done.
And I'm not a huge fan of buying things on iTunes because, like, I mean, you buy things on iTunes. The problem is most of the things that you buy on iTunes, you're playing through Apple Music. If that
Yep.
ever gets dropped from like DistroKid or
You screwed,
TuneCore
bro.
or something, you lose everything that you paid for. And
Screwed.
so, yeah,
I think if you like, at least I think Apple's good guy enough that if you've like bought my stuff, for example, that's no longer on stores, you still have it in your library if you bought it on iTunes. But if iTunes goes defunct, it's
well,
gone.
you probably unlisted it though, right? Like you left
Yeah,
it
you
up
can't
and
buy it
unlisted
now,
Yeah.
but if you already bought it, it'll still
Yeah.
be in your Apple library, from my understanding.
Yep.
But it's gone if Apple decides it's gone. If I'm too problematic for Apple, it's always good to have your own copy, physical or digital, that's actually yours.
Absolutely. Might have been that you released it after the
Artificial will have a digital version that you could buy directly through me when it comes out. There's just no pre-order for it. So if you don't want to buy it on iTunes, it'll be cheaper to buy through my website anyway. Because iTunes,
Right.
it's like $1.29 a track, but my website is just going to list for $8 or $9. I think it's just going to be $8 on my website actually, because I always make it like $1 cheaper than the CD,
Right.
since I don't have to produce the CD.
Right.
So if you do want this one digitally, without having to be at the, we all know I'll delete everything off of Spotify on a whim, apparently. So if you want to secure having a copy and you don't care about it being physical, buy the digital download when it comes out.
My USB.
I have my
cassette
USB
right
cassette right here. I'm not a fan of physical stuff, but the cassette was too cool to pass. Thank you, Philip.
Okay,
you.
here's the thing. Collector's value. I don't want CDs. I buy CDs so that I can own them.
Little Daisy Mom, I just got the CD. Sorry, I don't fuck with Blu-ray. No, that's fine. The CD still supports me. The Blu-ray was more because I knew there would be people who would want to see the video
Right.
in higher quality than what YouTube will show. And then the only other bonus that I gave them was that's the only way to get behind the scenes. But I honestly expected the CD to sell a lot better than the Blu-ray, but most people buying it have been buying the Blu-ray as well. So that was not expected. But hey, if you want the Blu-ray, get the Blu-ray. But the CD is actually less work for me. The Blu-rays are hard to produce.
I would imagine so.
But if you buy anything from me regarding this, I'm very happy.
I'll say when it comes to physical media, I buy CDs just so that I can own it. I always rip the CDs onto my computer or onto a hard drive or something.
I listen to some songs on CDs, but I mean, it's the same quality as if you rip it and listen to it digitally. It's just because I have a convenient CD player set up next to my vinyl when I'm listening to this stuff.
I do too. It's not obvious, but I have one like literally on the other side of my computer right here, you know? But like, it's not that I don't listen to CDs or records or anything. Just when it comes to physical media, I would rather have a cassette or a vinyl just because I like how they look.
They're
better.
cooler.
Yeah.
CDs are the most boring physical media.
Yeah.
But they sound the best.
I have a whole cassette collection. You know what I'm saying? Just because like cassettes look cooler.
They look cool.
That they're shit. They're shit quality.
Now, vinyl doesn't sound as good as CDs, but they have their own unique sound that makes them worth listening to.
I started to go off into the vinyl having a warmer sound conversation and everything, but we've had that I think every time we've streamed together. So
everyone knows.
I'm not gonna jump there, but
Microsoft Word versus a typewriter.
I get so irritated at people who are like
who say that vinyl sounds better technically. Yes, they're so dumb. I'm like, it's not even close. How much more audio fidelity a CD has? It is the same as the raw file. The CD is, because that's how it's burned to the CD.
Yes, yeah. And and the thing about it is too, people who are saying this about vinyl, it's like you probably don't even understand how to maintain your needle and everything to even get the best sound out of your record player.
And the best possible sound out of the best record player sounds worse than like a mid-range CD player.
Sounds worse
when
than
it comes
Blu-ray
to like
or Bluetooth.
When it comes to like technical capability of the disc to give you all the audio frequencies that you can hear, because that's the only way to really measure how good does this sound. How many frequencies are possible for this thing to output? So your speakers have to be good first of all, but CDs and digital RAWs, that's the peak that you can get for what we can hear and have it transmitted to you.
Yeah.
Vinyl is not, but vinyl, I always say, it's like a typewriter. A typewriter is inferior to Microsoft word processing in every way, but sometimes typing on a typewriter is just an experience worth having.
I have a fucking feather pen and inkwells and stuff, right?
Yeah, there's a vibe to it that you can't replicate digitally, and that's the same thing with vinyl. It's not that it technically sounds better like stupid idiots with sock caps will tell you at Starbucks. They're like, actually, if you want it to sound the best and hear all of the sounds that you can't hear other ways, get vinyl. I'm like, are you kidding me? You know how many frequencies are lost in vinyl? It's not about it sounding technically better.
Yeah.
That's not why you should like it. It's about the fact that there's an aesthetic, a crackle when you put the disc on, and you just feel qualities about the music that you don't otherwise. But it's not because it's technically superior. A typewriter is not technically superior to Microsoft Word, you dingus.
It's pleasant though. It's
a
nice thing. That's why it's
all of my favorite music I want to listen to on vinyl at some point.
Yes.
Because it is an experience that is unique to vinyl. But I am not dumb enough to think it sounds better. Like if I want something to just sound as good as it can, vinyl's the last place I'm gonna go. It's when I'm like relaxing, I got some whiskey, and I just want to listen to something with some crackle and just feel that life.
Exactly. And that's the thing. I play records regularly. I listen to my records. I vibe out, like you said, usually with some whiskey, maybe a cigar or something. You know what I'm saying? Like I will vibe with some vinyl, and I love it. But I'm also doing that acknowledging that we're nowhere near like the peak
valid
of what
opinion.
I could be listening
Valid
to.
opinion is vinyl. Someone make the argument that vinyl is the best way to listen to and experience music is a valid opinion. Invalid opinion is someone saying that vinyl sounds the best.
Yeah.
that
Well,
vinyl is
but-
the highest quality
but-
of listening to music.
But that's the thing. The invalid opinion is the one that gets touted the most.
That's the one that people say.
Yeah.
They don't say that vinyl's the best way to experience music. They say that if you want the highest quality music,
Yep.
because they literally believe that the highest sound quality comes from vinyl. I don't know where this rumor started.
Yep.
I don't know how they all keep reciting it, but somewhere along the way in a hipster committee, they made the decision that vinyl is what they will tell people is the most premium sound quality that you can get. And they will say audiophiles only listen to vinyl because it's got a higher range of sound and there's instruments that you can't hear any other way. And all of that is just a fucking lie.
The funniest thing is that self-proclaimed audiophiles
Always say this shit.
say it. It's like, you are not tell me if you want me to invalidate you as an audiophile, tell
That's
me
how.
that you only listen to vinyl because it has the best quality.
A fucking scientist saying the earth is flat. It's like you're no longer get to call yourself a scientist, sir. That title is revoked. Audiophiles who say vinyl is technically superior are not audiophiles. They're fucking liars or delusional or both.
It's ridiculous. I actually
I personally would say 9 out of 10 times the best way to listen to music is on vinyl. 9 out of 10 situations.
best way, yes.
Vinyl is the best way to listen to it.
Yes.
But 0 out of a billion times will I say that vinyl technically sounds better.
Yeah.
And honestly, in most applications, I'm not going to listen on vinyl because if I'm casually listening while I'm doing other things, what I would want the most is the largest range of sound and crispest sound. And honestly, good headphones are the best way to experience that, or big
Right.
speakers and CD or digital. But goddamn, if I hear one more idiot try to tell me the vinyl is a superior sound from a technical standpoint, I'm gonna have to stab a fucker.
Right. I don't know. I always love having this I know we always end up in this conversation because it comes up at some
But
point.
it is a conversation that needs to be had as many times as it needs to be had until I stop hearing. Literally 2 days ago, I had this argument in the comments with someone on one of my videos. So it is still a rampant issue
I know.
that needs us to address it.
But I was either hipster or nostalgia. I go for nostalgia and afternoon of beer and relax. Yeah,
I have neither. Oh, hey, I gotta disagree. I don't have nostalgia for vinyl because I didn't grow up with it, and I do not have hipster energy.
Right.
I just genuinely appreciate how it sounds as someone who is an audiophile.
Well,
Even though it, yeah, go ahead.
my was to validate nostalgia, because if you grew up with it, absolutely, you grew up
Yeah.
dropping the needle, and that's how you listen to your music and
I
everything.
did not.
I didn't either. I mean, I grew up with cassettes, and they
Cassettes
still
was my first music that
Yeah.
I owned was tapes.
and they still annoy the fuck out of me.
I hated tapes. CDs were a breath of fresh air.
I still buy cassettes though, like for collector value, just because
They're
I'm like,
cool, dude.
They
They're
are
cool.
good. They are nice.
But they
like,
sound like butthole and are a pain
Oh,
in the
yeah.
ass to use.
Absolutely. Well, and the thing is too, like I'm actually old enough to have like some collectible vinyls from people that I fuck with, you know, like.
Are you
like-
ready for me to ruin your night?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so Gen Z is getting to the age where they've got their college hipsters now, right?
Right.
And the gen after them is they're maybe some of the oldest ones are in high school, but they'll probably change that anyway. They like to make generation pretty long. So Gen Z, next generation, they have their own hipsters. Do you know what their hipsters are saying?
What's that? 8 tracks?
That 8 tracks and cassettes.
No!
The highest audio quality.
No!
The audiophiles of Gen Z, I've seen this as a common trend, are arguing that the highest frequency range, fidelity, etc. we've ever achieved are cassette tapes because they are a miniature raw version of the studio analogs, which the studio analogs are superior to any digital takes. And because these are a miniaturized raw from the studio, it's kind of like how film is often seen as superior to digital recording because it is the most raw analog form. Now, first of all, it's a misnomer to believe analog is superior to digital in 2022 because it's not. In fact, most digital has a higher range of frequency than analog inputs. By today's standards, you will get a wider sound that the human ear can experience using digital than you will analog these days. But the fact that not only do you get get it wrong that you think that analog has more sound range than digital, which used to be true but isn't anymore, but you also somehow are saying that a cassette is a miniaturized version of like the 8 tracks and other big things that they've recorded raw onto and therefore sounds better, when really a cassette quality is basically like early day MP3s where it's 192 kbs sort of bitrate compression, kind of like VHS was such a poor format to watch video on because of how compressed it had to be.
Well,
But yeah, Gen Z took it a step dumber than vinyl for their hipsters, because vinyl at least is, aside from CDs, the highest audio fidelity you can get from physical media, and it's by a wide margin. But CDs exist. But I don't know how the cassette tape of all things is what they think is the best sounding.
well, I get looking at them how they would
No,
make
they are
that-
talking
that-
technically. The fake audiophiles of Gen Z say, technically speaking, this is the best audio. It's because they've never listened to audio outside of a Bluetooth headphone in their goddamn life.
Here's the thing. You can automatically out somebody's actual knowledge of the technical side of studio recording when you pit up, does analog sound better than digital, period.
If the answer is, if anything but no, they're dumb.
Yeah, because literally it is impossible for the analog tape that comes from an analog recording studio to be better than a digital studio, because there is nothing you can do to fix issues in the recording on that analog tape. You know what I'm
You
saying?
can't even EQ it, bro. You can't even fix the EQ. You know, a lot of old recordings had no digital piece.
Yeah.
And have you heard how bad old recordings
Yes,
sound?
that's
by the way?
why. That's why everything that
what
came
did they
out.
do? They had those giant $500,000 decks that you see that are famous in
Yeah.
studio. All the knobs and levers. Do you know
And I
what that
love
was,
'em.
people? Do you know what that was? That was so they could EQ everything.
While
Because they
they're
had
recording.
to EQ what was happening as it came through the mic. Add any reverb or whatever based on studio acoustics, because there was no way to digitally alter this. You had one shot. Whatever you got on that analog take, however you had it EQ'd through the knobs and the mics, is how people were going to hear it. The people who act like a giant deck of analog is necessary to record in studios today literally have no fucking clue what those decks are for, because those decks are 100% not necessary in any music that's been made since like the 70s. And if you've listened, all the music from the 70s, 80s, and on sounds infinitely better than the music before it, because digital post-production became a thing. So it's always funny when someone's like, oh, that guy doesn't work with an analog deck. Why would they? The only people that do that are just used to doing it. It doesn't help you. Your analog input EQ only needs to be there to make sure you have the most amount of sound preserved. There's one of those analog decks that we've been talking about, which is effectively, unless you're doing live mixing for a show, it's not necessary. It's built into your software. The only time you need those decks are live shows, because you need to adjust the EQ real time, which honestly, even though the only purpose of those decks anymore, like that you need them, is live shows to adjust real time, that's still not necessary, because they've even digitized that now.
Sorry,
We've gotten to the point that we could do all of our EQing that you need for a live show digitally as well. So you still technically don't need that. And it's so funny when people are like, my studio's fitted with this. I'm like, what do you use it for? Do you not have plugins that literally do what you're doing there, but better, because you get more of a raw feed that you can adjust later?
I felt that the visual reference would help there, just so everybody could, conceptualize.
You do a lot of live stuff where that's actually useful if you don't have a computer.
That thing is
unless you
still
just never use
that
it.
thing is still dusty though, because everything has been compacted and made more convenient now.
You don't need to use those. So yeah, if you want to instantly know that someone's an idiot,
Yeah.
it's when they act like a studio has to have one of those decks still. All the big studios have it because they've had it for years and it looks cool in pictures.
Yeah.
But if you notice, most pictures inside the studio of major labels with those things, every knob is set at the defaults. Because they're not using it, because there's no reason to.
So it's literally earlier this year, I was inside Shock City Studios in St. Louis, and I was paying attention to all their stuff. Nothing on that gets touched by any engineers right now, because
Why would you? All it does is gives you less audio data to work with when you edit in post-production.
You literally just want your raw recording now, and then you
Yeah.
want to fuck with it. And,
You want a good mic that gives you the most frequency range in raw to edit later. That is what you want.
That's what I've tried to argue, so many people and tell them when they're setting up their home studios. Uncompress everything, fucking get it all out there, just get your raw recording and then play with it, because everybody still for some reason wants to default back to the analog setup at home, and the analog setup is you've got to record everything the right way because you have one chance. There's a reason you find albums that came out in the 60 years ago, 40, 50 years ago, 30 years ago that are digitally remastered. There's a reason that's put up on everything as a big fucking deal. Even fucking Britney Spears now is digitally remastered, everybody. Because, and I'm not talking about the new shit.
Technology's gotten so far.
The technology is better. Tacy's mom asked, did I wash my hands of this? No, I was trying to grab a visual reference. It was a lot harder for me to actually lug over than I expected it to be. But that's the thing. Like, even that thing, and I ran that in a studio for a while. That thing is fucking dusty right now because nobody wants to fucking use that. It's cool if you're micing up a drum. That's the only thing in the last 10 years that I've used that thing for, is to mic up a drum set for recording, because you need so many different mics on the snare. And that one has enough channels to actually mic everything through. But then you set everything to default and run it through digitally still if you're smart, if you're doing it the right way. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. I mean, when was the last time, like on the other medium that is in hotly contested, when was the last time you think a Hollywood movie was done on film? Nobody does it because it doesn't look as good anymore. No. Analog being better than digital ended such a long time ago, and it's even a further gap now.
Think about how quick we edit YouTube videos and all that stuff to upload right now, right? You get your
Instead
intro,
of cutting individual
clip all your
reels
stuff.
of film.
Instead of taking a reel of film, right there's the one, and then splicing them together and all that shit so that you get the little. I don't know how much you watch B movies either. I watch a lot of B movies.
Yeah.
We're currently watching an Elvira episode every night through October. But like when you watch B movies, you can see it. Like, you can see the worst case of that, often where it just
the cut happens.
Yeah. Why is digital better? Because you never have to worry about that shit.
Yeah. But in any case, it's very easy to know if someone doesn't know what they're talking about. If you ever want to know if someone who's claiming an audiophile is really an audiophile, and whether you should listen to them or not, ask them what has better sound quality, CD or vinyl. Word it that way, because most audiophiles that I talk to prefer listening to music on vinyl. If they're just going to sit and listen to music, and I'm in the same boat. But if you ask them specifically, what physical media has the best audio quality, the answer to that is CD. That is the answer. That is the highest, or I guess USB drive technically. And so the other question you can ask them is, does a good studio need to have an analog deck? The answer to that is no. It does not.
I understand the argument for wanting to include one. What I don't understand...
Yes, but does it need one?
No, it doesn't need one.
Exactly. So the answer is no. You can have no with caveats for why you should have one. But the answer is no.
Yeah. Like I said, I like having that deck. I haven't used that since the last time that I mic'd up a full drum set. Now, it's convenient for a full drum set because then you run the output into a digital interface. You've got your whole drums set mic'd up.
You want to see the instrument the only instrument that got used as much as the guitar did in the creation of Artificial?
What's that? Was it
so there's not a lot. I mean, even all my analog instruments are converted to digital instantly when I record them. Like the guitars are plugged into a quarter inch that plugs directly into my preamp. So it's, the only analog signal I'm really capturing is my vocals, but I'm still using a physical guitar. Right. But guitar, everything else is like keyboard, piano, synth, drum machine. But there's one other analog instrument that got a lot of work on this.
Is it a bongo?
And it won't sound like how you're going to hear it now because I did a lot of digital filters and I actually used a lot of guitar pedals on it, oddly enough. But it's this. This is a stylophone.
Yeah.
This is in almost every song on the album at some point. Never really sounding like this that I could think of. Sometimes I use the vibrato, sometimes I don't.
Yeah.
If you don't mind, I'm gonna play a quick outro of one of the songs where you'll hear it.
Go ahead.
Hear it play. So let me share. I'm gonna share this with you once I find it. I feel like that'll be fun to hear. One of the times I can like point. It's easier to point out exactly where it is. A lot of the times it's just one of many synths.
Right.
But there is one moment that I know it's very easy to point out. So.
While you're pulling it up, I used to get a lot of knocks. Are you familiar with what a K-oscillator is?
No.
It's a touchpad synthesizer that Korg made about 10 years ago.
Yeah.
They've got the K-oscillator, and then they've got the Chaos pad for the sampler and effects and everything. I always run those with my actual live setup. And so I used to get knocked a lot because I was using a touchpad synthesizer instead of like a key synthesizer. But I'm like, dude, it's on an X and Y axis. Like, it makes more sense to me while I'm doing something just to be able to drag it to a place that I know, put the voice on that I'm looking for, loop it around, whatever, than it does for me to be shifting through keys and going through a beat pad and everything on a conventional, keyboard with a beat pad,
So someone asked how I recorded from this, and it's not through the mic. There's actually a small little audio out right here that's not even a 1/4 inch. It's like a headphone jack 1/8 inch style, but I have one of these that converts 1/8 inch to 1/4 inch, and I plugged that directly into my audio preamp.
A staple
basically you
for
have
any studio.
Yep, you have an 1/8 to 1/4 inch conversion plugged straight into the 1/4 inch connector on my preamp. There it is. And that's how I got it. Now, what I'm about to show you guys, or have you guys hear, is the only time that I could think of during the album that the stylophone sounds like the stylophone. Like, you're going to hear this kind of a sound. Every other time I used enough pedals and alterations so it doesn't sound like the stylophone, but it was played on the stylophone because I really like the timbre of the stylophone when I want like 8-bit type of sound effects because it's so authentic. But you're gonna really hear the stylophone in this outro. Here we go.
I think I'm still here, but it's not so clear. Should I trust or fear?
Hear that?
Yep.
It even had the vibrato on. So I thought you guys would appreciate hearing old boy rocking in the album. But yeah, it's on like every song pretty much somewhere.
Nice.
I just don't always hear it.
I like it. I like unconventional instrument. I like the fucking, what is it, the sousaphone? No. Is it a sousaphone?
Oh.
Hang on.
This is what I played in the end of Artificial. I think it's. There it is.
It's not a sousaphone.
From Artificial.
I was thinking of a theremin.
So yeah, this got Mrs. Skeem got it in. Yeah, this got a lot of work, and this was actually my mother-in-law got this for me for a birthday gift, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So shout out to mother-in-law Skeem for hooking me up with something that got a lot of work out of it for this album. Almost every single song, this dude makes an appearance. We got to know each other really well on this project. I love this thing. So goofy, but so effective for what I wanted.
That's awesome. Like I said, I mean, like...
Unconventional instrument. It's like, if I wasn't playing piano, guitar, synth, or drum machine, we had the old analog synth boy. Since we've been talking about analog versus digital, this is technically an analog type of a synth, but converted to a digital.
Well, that's I mean that's where I go on with a lot of people though. Like I still use my K oscillator even though like it's not a accepted synthesizer. It's not like a
You
top.
could get cool sounds out of these
Bro,
things sometimes.
Yeah, and it's fully anything that works on the axis. Like you have full control if you understand how the sound manipulates. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not even fully based on, you know, just great if you understand music as well, but like if you understand the axis, you can do something like without paying much attention to it.
This thing also conveniently has 3 different octave ranges. So it's nice. Has those switches, and it also has this little guy.
That is beneficial.
You could do like a pitch switching midway.
So you change the pitch on the back of it?
Yeah, there's a little knob on the back there, so it's interesting to play as you learn it. But I do a lot of those kind of tricks throughout here. They're just mixed in with the mixes, so they're not never really obvious. But I know that one part at the end of Artificial is obvious, is why I showed you. But boy, oh boy, if you like weird synth sounds that you hear during Artificial, more likely than not, that cool weird synth sound that you like from Artificial came from this guy. So give him some love. He worked hard for me.
Everyone appreciate the full spectrum of instruments.
That's right. When does the accordion come into play? Definitely don't have one. Came from his cheapest instrument. Yeah, this is the cheapest instrument that was used, and it was used a lot. This boy is. These are not that expensive, and I didn't even buy this one. Someone else got it for me for a gift. A great gift, very thoughtful gift. See, gifts don't have to be super expensive. They just have to make sense for the person you're giving them to.
Way to go, mom-in-law scheme.
Has thousands of dollars of guitars. Use $20 stylophone. No, I've got hundreds of dollars of guitars, and I used them, but I definitely use $20 stylophone more. Honestly, the most of the work though goes to my several $100 microphone and then my thousands of dollars worth of audio editing digital equipment. They really are what makes this happen.
It's all about the plugins, man. I've told.
The plugins are everything. I got Isotope's whole thing on a monthly membership, as well as AutoTune's whole thing on a monthly membership. Because Isotope, oh my God, they're sweet. And AutoTune is not just AutoTune. Oh my God, the stuff that they could do with mic emulation. I pay at least 2 giant sweet monthly subscriptions. And those are like $20 a month each, but they're fucking worth it. And then I've bought a lot of other plugins for permanent use. But the Isotope and AutoTune, I can't afford buying their whole suite, so I just pay monthly.
Right. No, that was the thing. I think when Geminator was trying to set up all of his stuff, because he was trying to work on beats, he's like, "What equipment do I need? What equipment do I need?" I was like, "Do you have your computer already?" And he was like, "Yes." I'm like, "You just want to make beats and do some engineering eventually?" And he's like, "Yes." And I'm like, "Then you have all the equipment that you need."
Buy a machine or some other thing that because I mean I think with making beats you need some sort of sort of thing to use.
I agree.
Mouse click beats always sound like they were mouse click beats.
I agree.
So get something by like Contact or Machine that has like a little mini keyboard and then a drum pad on it. It'll usually come with the software to use it.
Yeah. And
then just buy plugins till the cows come home.
There is an exception to every rule. And I will say, because you know Saturn, right? You're familiar with Saturn. Saturn.
Yeah, he makes great stuff.
Yeah, he does everything as mouse click beats.
Where's the best support sent to? What does that mean? Also, stylophones, get one, Geminator. They're not expensive. You'll have fun.
If we're talking about where's the best support sent to, as in like customer service, Sweetwater is where you should buy everything from, in my opinion.
Sweetwater, yay! There's actually a location a couple hours from me.
I know. I think their main location isn't far from you, is it?
The main location's Fort Wayne, yeah, and that's the one that's close to me. That is their hub. Sweetwater's great for customer service. They're not good for prices though. But they carry the best stuff at usually the most premium price, but they'll actually stand by making sure that if something goes wrong, they got you.
And they one thing I like about
the best
Sweetwater,
place to support us? Well, usually through our wallets.
Money?
Money is usually the best way.
If you want merchandise.
Do you have a Patreon, dude? Maybe that's what she's asking. Something like
I have a Patreon, yeah. I have a Patreon.
So there you It's probably in your description.
It is. Well, it's just
There you go.
patreon.com/AlphaTyler.
Streamlabs is the best way to send money, like you
Stre-
usually do. Little
Streamlabs.
Daisy's mom, yeah.
Streamlabs is 100% the best dono mechanism.
Streamlabs does not take cuts aside from processing fees, so
Yep.
they are the ultimate for content creators so far as, or Cashapp, same difference,
Yeah.
or directly through PayPal. So the way that you always do it, Little
Yeah.
Daisy's mom.
Yeah.
Mrs. Skeem over there nervous. She's like, is Little Daisy's mom gonna throw more money on a split stream? And she's probably going to. And
Well-
Mrs. Skeem's like, no, save it for solo Skeem stream. Mrs. Skeem likes to hog Little Daisy's mom and others love, which I
Well,
appreciate from Mrs. Skeem. But
definitely-
we like AlphaTyler. He's the reason that I have a CD duplicator printer.
Shh.
It's a big part of it. He helped.
Shut up. Definitely, please don't send me Skeem money. Nah, cause like, but that's the thing. I mean, when we're talking about like community streaking and all that stuff, like, you know, I think one thing I realized when communities started shrinking and support started showing up is like content creators that I actually rocked with and like real friends that I actually have made through the platform. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Not saying like that's a great thing, but I do appreciate, you know, looking at it's like I know everyone that shows up is actually
Little Daisy's mom's like, can't be bogarting though. Exactly. You've shown the love when I've streamed with Todd too. Basically, anyone usually in my radius that I've approved of, Little Daisy's mom shows love to, which I love her for. And Mrs. Skeem says that mostly in
I know
in jest.
I know. I've come to know Mrs. Skeem as well secondhand.
She's like the only person that people know on YouTube that's, you know, tends to be my brand of ruthless, but more. I think the only other person I could think of that's my brand of ruthless, but more is Matt. Matt is also my brand of ruthless, but more.
But also like just completely doesn't give a single shit.
Yeah, he gives less shits than Mrs. Skeem even for sure.
Yeah.
God, I love Matt.
I think what was it one time? I think the first time that me and Matt interacted, I think on Twitter, you and I were in a comment thread just kind of going back and forth, and I said something to you about like bankrupting Party City or no, keeping Party City in business or something. And I noticed
because of the masks.
Yeah, I noticed that was my first response to you that he did not like when he read it. And
he wasn't feeling that.
I was like, okay, he's standing by his boy. He thinks I'm taking like a real shot or something.
He's like, nah, I ain't co-signing that one. It's funny as I reference people that said stuff like that in Hit Me.
Yeah.
The mask I wear isn't made. I literally say isn't made from plastic in a cask. And the reason I said cask is because that's like a bucket that you would mass produce a plastic mask in. It was a literal reference to all the people being like, bro, that's the most like mass-produced mask ever. I'm like, yeah, because when I made this persona, I grabbed what I could find that I thought like would fit what I wanted. I wasn't like spending big money on it.
Yeah.
We know how completely ruthless Mrs. Skeem and Matt can be. It's true. Mrs. Skeem is scary for real. Did you guys see what she posted on Twitter? She'll use people's posts against them. What? What's she?
Well, now I got it.
What threats is she throwing? Mrs. Skeem has always been revered and feared.
Are you also going to Twitter right now?
I am. I want to see what this tweet is. Where's her threats? What did Mrs. Skeem do now?
To be fair, Geminator is Canadian, so things hit him hard.
Everything's threatening to him. Nothing. What are we talking about here? I don't see any threatening tweets from her.
I don't know unless it was that last
Oh, wait.
one.
No, here it is. She says, I remember this now. My favorite thing to do to people being unnecessarily rude to others on Facebook, usually a boomer, is to go to their profile, find where they posted some message about kindness, screenshot it, and reply with that photo. They have no idea what to do at that point.
It's bad because like I do similar things to people. Like I'll just screenshot their other stuff to reply to what they're saying right now because I lose.
You're like, bro, what?
which I think is probably the most passive aggressive
Mrs.
thing
Skeem says
you
it was a
can do.
while ago. Someone said I was sexist, so he grabbed a screenshot of their most.
Oh,
recent
I
sexist
remember
tweet.
that one. I remember that one because
Yeah.
I laughed at that one for days.
Yep.
Imagine
Listen,
being super
Mrs.
passive
Skeem got me
aggressive.
ostracized from the entire comedy battle rap nerdcore community, and I stand by her for it. I still say she made the right call. All she did was let me know what kind of fucking dweeb ass weirdos they were. God. I don't know how long it would have taken me to figure out that they weren't just regular liberals, but they were actually weirdos about it. Who knows? I might have never known. Then I get too far into bed with those people. What the fuck happens then? God
That is
damn.
true.
Like
That is-
there's liberals and there's weirdo liberals, right? Just
Yeah.
like there's conservatives and there's weirdo conservatives. They're the
Yep.
weirdo brand. And
Yep.
I found out real early, thanks to Mrs. Skeem's great Women's Leadership Day video idea. We found out real quick who the weirdos were.
Oh man. Mrs. Skeem is like
I
that.
don't think
secret
that's
weapon
definitely not
for
a
you.
video I would have had the cojones or thought to make on my own. But Mrs. Skeem's like, it's Women's Appreciation Day. You should make a video about trolling about it.
Yep.
I was like, bet.
There've been a
Let's
few of
do
those.
it.
I think that one I watched it and I was like I can't do this. You can't look like me and do this. And then like have my disposition too.
I was
and-
in the mask, and literally, I
Yeah.
think the start of that video says, before you ask, this video was written and approved by Mrs. Skeem, and she would tell you herself, but we do not allow women to speak on this channel. That is like in the first like 30 seconds.
Yes.
So I'm just thinking, I'm like, if you take this video seriously, where a dude in the mask in the first 30 seconds say his wife wrote this, but he won't let his wife say it because women can't speak on this channel. If you take that video seriously, how far into weirdo energy do you, like bad weirdo, because I'm the leader of the weirdo cult, but there's good weirdo and bad weirdo. How far into bad weirdo energy do you have to be to take a video that starts with that premise as a serious and definitive example of what your, like, ideologies are? Because there are a couple things in that video that are genuine. But like 90% of it is just like, trollolololo, like, and obviously so. It's insane. The level of dingus that has to exist. On James just dropped $5.
Yep. Appreciate that, James. James is
Super
back.
hot.
Bad weirdo. Yes, bad weirdo. It is absolutely bad weirdo energy.
Always be a good weirdo, never a bad weirdo.
Well, that's
Mrs. Scheme, Dr. Atheist, Mrs. Scheme, fucks given, 0.
That's the thing. So I remember you did a while back, and this is I'll if you guys have questions about artificial, drop them in the chat right now because
Yeah, I'd still like to answer any others that exist.
yeah. I remember a while back you did that ableist video. I think it was on We Speak. And
Oh, when I reacted to that
yeah.
psycho lady?
yeah.
Bro, I
and
didn't
so-
know what I was getting myself into on that one.
So check this out. I thought about that the other day. I'm driving. I was driving over to the Japanese restaurant to pick up some takeout, and I'm listening to NPR because, for better or worse, that's what I usually listen to when I'm driving.
Yeah.
And there's this lady on here, and she's blonde, and she's talking about like ableism against blind people, and I'm like, okay, like not
It's blonde people?
blind people.
Oh, blind. I
Yeah.
thought you said blonde. The Kentucky came out.
The Kentucky came out for a second.
Right. You mean like blind sites, dumb blind ass?
No. Like
Like blackout blind.
yeah. No,
Okay.
like she's like blackout blind, and she's
Yeah,
talking
so she's
about like
blackout blind, okay.
yeah, and she's talking through that, and then like part of her interview came into like the like religion.
By the way, if
So-
anyone doesn't know out of context, blind sight's like my homie. I love that man.
Yeah.
I just always love giving him shit.
Yeah,
Anyway, go on.
yeah, and so anyway, she dips into religion somehow, and then the conversation goes to
What?
Amazing Grace. I don't know because I kind of zoned
So
out
Amazing
for
Grace
that
is
piece.
ableist because it says you were blind and now could see?
Yes.
So Jesus Christ was an ableist when he let blind people see?
It was 100%, and I'm listening to it, and
I knew where that was going.
I
As soon as
zoned
you
back
said
in,
it.
and I'm like, "Wait, what the fuck?" And she's like, "Yeah, it's super insensitive."
Jesus
just
Christ. How dare you heal the paraplegic? He was just fine the way he was, dang it.
And
You ableist piece of crap. That's why they put you on a cross. I swear to God.
I was just like, how?
Ow!
I think I literally yelled that in my truck. I'm just driving. I'm like, how do we get here?
Imagine making your disability so much of your life identity that things like that make sense. That it's so much the only thing about you that you have identified as worthwhile and individualistic and meaningful that you would think that someone removing it from you would be a burden rather than a blessing. Like,
Yes.
imagine being that deluded to think to have so much effort in saying that my disability isn't bad, even though it literally is. To say that someone saying they would take it away from you is someone saying bad. Yeah, I swear to God, talking about Jesus. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know. I thought it was funny.
I literally,
Bro,
I heard
there's
that.
just there's no helping these people.
I heard that, and I think I actually, like, it's easy to say that you've lost faith in humanity. I think I actually lost faith in the
you
world.
lose it more sometimes. There are certain instances that you already don't have faith in humanity, but it still somehow makes you have less.
Yeah.
And that would be one of those for sure.
Well, it's
because
just
you find a new layer of stupid that you didn't even know was there.
make that make sense to me. Like I'm offended. Like, literally, all I could think was, I'm looking around at the world right now. I am using it to drive a vehicle right now. I'm about to use it to go in and count money to give to, a cashier, to then take my things, make sure that everything is there. I'm like, literally, I have to see,
Sir.
everything.
Sir, don't you realize that being blind is just as equally as good of an experience and is not a disability? You fucking ableist pig.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, it makes perfect sense to me. Like, and so then in my mind, because the way my mind works is, I'm like, okay, we're literally talking about in that song, like I was ignorant and now I'm enlightened. Like,
Yeah.
you were without.
Well,
And now
that
you're with.
adds the layer of irony to the
Yeah.
whole thing, right?
Yeah, and it's like,
Because it's not talking about literal sight in that song.
yeah, exactly.
So the irony layers are just compiled.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, but how is literally, okay, so ignorance is literally a lack of information. You're literally lacking sensory information. Like, how is
So you're
this?
blind to it, but that's ableist, bro.
Yeah.
That's ableist language. Ableist language just say ignorance is blindness.
It blows my mind, man.
You ignorant piece of shit.
We are there as a people. And I'm
I'm
just,
not there.
I'm
I
not
tell
either.
these people to shut the fuck up.
I don't.
You might be blind, but I wish you were mute, you dumb fucking bitch. That's what I'd say.
I don't get it. I don't get it, man. I just
No shame in that, because once you've shown your ass as being that dumb, I feel no problem saying mean things to you. Like, I won't say things to people unprompted, but once you've been dumb enough, for me, it's a free pass, because clearly not enough people have told you how much of a fucking dumb shit you are if you're still saying stuff like that. So I will be the person to say it. So if you come up to me and say it's ableist language to say that I'm blind, but now I can see as a metaphor for ignorance, then I'll tell you you're a dumb fucking idiot. And then you're like, oh, I'm blind, how dare you? I wish you were mute, okay?
Yeah.
Shut the hell up, because clearly no one's called you on your bullshit for you to have reached this conclusion in your life. No one has told you how fucking dumb you are if you are this level. So allow me to help you, because you won't listen to me now, but maybe someday, 5 years from now, when you're in bed still thinking about this, long after I've forgotten that your fucking dumbass exists, it'll click that, oh, goddamn, maybe more people needed to tell me that.
Yeah.
That is the life I choose to live.
Yeah.
I choose to be the person that, God dang it, someone should have called you a stupid fucking twat at some point, because you
Right.
wouldn't have gotten to this level if they had. And Captain, my captain, I volunteer as goddamn tribute to let you know what a dumb cunt you are. Shut the fuck up.
Exactly.
Amen.
I mean that's
God bless it.
it just I was just literally listening to it, and I'm just like,
Wishing you could be in that room and yell.
yeah, I'm like, why is this person being given a nationally syndicated platform? Why apparently she had just written a book or something, and so it was
Nobody stops them is why.
well, and she's talking about her blonde friends and everything. It's like a new category too, if you don't know. Like after that, she goes on and she's talking about, well, I was talking to my blonde friends about it, and so it hits this, and I'm like, is that like if I say, okay, I was talking to my white friends about like what's going on right now? Like, are we turning it into that conversation?
I was just talking to all my autistic boys out there to see what they thought about this, because we're a hive mind, you know. Every autistic person's got the same experience.
Oh man, yeah. I was. Oh
no, I don't. If you don't like me, that's fine. It's not a fuck you if you don't like me. You're misplacing my fuck you. My fuck you is if you're a dumb fucking piece of shit. There's a lot of smart people that don't like me, and I got no problem with them not liking me.
Oh,
I'm not a super likable person to most people, and I'm okay with that.
Can I say though, how is this a political conversation? Like, what about
because
this? Because
ableism is a political issue now.
This is like that's the thing. Everything is political now, but it's like it's fucking not. This is just stupid.
Dumb. It's just stupidity, and us not fighting it. So yeah, no, you don't have to like me. I ain't trying to win any likability awards, but the fuck you comes from me once you're a dumb fucking idiot. That's when you get the fuck you from me. My pet peeve is stupidity. That's it. There are other things that bother me, but if you want the horns of me saying fuck you, and if you've ever followed me when I've gone off on someone, every single time is rooted in they did some dumb shit or said some dumb shit. I say, what is it?
Laugh it off.
I say laugh it off and do your best. Pussy out and creak down. Ignorance or stupidity? Stupidity. Because ignorance, if it's just ignorance, is fixed really fast. Someone says something that's uneducated and I tell them what the actual truth is. If they're only ignorant, they will instantly be like, oh, I didn't know that. And I've had that a lot where someone says some weird ass shit and I'm like, that is not true at all. And I tell them what is true and they go, oh, didn't know. And I'm like, oh yeah. You usually see my demeanor instantly change when I realize they're just ignorant. Like, I'm sure you've seen this, AlphaTyler. I'll, like, correct someone really sternly. They'll say some dumb shit, and I'll be like, that is not how that is. And their response is, oh, I didn't know that. And suddenly I'm, like, super nice. I'm like, oh, you're just ignorant. Cool. Let me tell you more about it. You're cool. I ain't mad at you. Like, we're good. It's the stupid that I don't like. When I tell someone, bro, that is wrong information. What the hell? And they double down on it or go a further step down to something stupid. I'm like, you're not just ignorant. You're stupid. So my pet peeve is not ignorance, it's stupidity.
I think I've seen both of those. I think you and I have had disagreements where we've went both of those routes.
Well, I could disagree with someone who's not stupid as well. Right. And it does, and I might get a little like intense in debate, but I'm not actually mad. Like I don't think I've ever been mad at you except for once, and you weren't actually talking to me physically. You were typing.
Right.
That's the only time I ever got mad at you, and it was more because your typing was slower than your brain.
Well, I was also typing way up here too at the time,
So like, I usually don't get mad when I disagree with people who are smart, because even if I fully disagree with them, I at least know, like, I can understand the logical reason for how they came down to that conclusion that I don't agree with, and I'm not mad at them for that. But I will passionately debate them and find that entertaining. But I'm not mad. If you see me genuinely get mad, which is very different for those who have seen it, it's because someone said some stupid shit, not because they disagreed with me. I don't get mad at you for disagreeing with me because I'm not a fucking idiot.
Right.
I get mad when you say some stupid shit.
Tech is shouting out your Barney shirt, and also Roxy.
Yeah, baby.
Roxy.
Dynamite.
Roxy, for the record, I don't think Skeem was talking to you. If you don't like me, fuck you. She is reiterating that she does love you. I don't think he was looking at the Twitch chat when he said that.
No, that was someone on YouTube said that.
But yeah, Skeem rants are very special.
Skeem rants are special, even though they're frequent.
I've always enjoyed Skeem's rants. As it so happens, I mean, I enjoy ranting myself, so I can always appreciate someone who can go off on a good rant.
You know my most famous rant, right?
Which one? I probably know
the one that
it.
I hear back about the most often, my most infamous rant, which I'm glad it's this one because it needed to be said, is Reese's Pieces.
Oh, God.
I go in on that video. It's the Darwin versus Ash Ketchum ERB. If you ever want to check it out, is where it is.
I've watched
and
it.
the Ash Ketchum character, I think, says Reese's Pieces in a rhyme scheme. And there are a few things that I am irrationally more passionate about than how words are said. I'm not talking about accents. I'm talking about consistency within your accent to say words correctly. I don't mind accents. I have an American accent of the English language. I'm saying within your accent, say words the right way. Whatever accent that is, say words the right way. And there is no accent for saying Reese's Pieces. You are just mispronouncing 2 words, not just one. The name Reese.
Reese's?
Reese's. If it belongs to Reese, it is Reese's.
There's literally
and
an
the word
apostrophe.
peace, which is peace. You say it peace every other way. So here's the way that you know that it's not an accent. Because if you ask that person who just said Reese's Pieces, say the word peace for me. They'll say peace. They won't say peace. Say the word pieces for me. They won't say pieces. They'll say pieces. Okay, so why did you switch that word when you put the word Reese's, which is Reese's, not Reese's? So yeah, my rant on that is very violent on that video.
How do you feel about people who say whoosh?
Whoosh instead of wash?
Yeah.
It annoys the shit out of me, but it is an accent.
I can't stand that. That's what I've always looked at it as an accent thing, and it's really common where I live. And it's one of those things that I always hear it, and I'm just like, are you fucking like? How do you add?
It sounds
the letter
like
R?
it sounds like a you're a stupid thing, but a lot of Southern accents are like that, unfortunately. And unfortunately, the South part of the U.S. has the lowest IQ of the rest of the country, so I think some of that accent is a dumb thing, unfortunately. As evil as that sounds and as stereotypical as it is, unfortunately, it's just the case. It's not that everyone down there or everyone with that accent is that way, but it does seem like it was an accent birthed out of lower intelligent and less educated people, and that's why it sounds that way. It's a bummer, but it's true.
Alan on Twitch just put Reese's Feces. Well,
Reese's
Feces. That would
Warsh,
be
Missouri, born and raised. Yeah, it's that central Southern, right? That part that's like not quite the South, not quite the North. Missouri, Kentucky. That's where it's the most common. I feel like in the deep South, I don't think it's as common to say Warsh.
I just can't like
Warsh.
It
There's no R.
And don't get me wrong, like I love people who say it. My grandma said it her whole life, but
it's just annoying.
It's just like I hear it and I'm
But
just like
it
doesn't go
It
there.
is not nearly as annoying to me as Reese's Pieces, no, because it's more of an accent thing rather than a mispronunciation. Also, what is with people saying across instead of across?
Okay, no, because there is like across, lactose, like
where is that coming from?
I don't know.
When I hear across, the first time I heard it was a history teacher I had in middle school, and I only remember her because every time she said across, and I was like, it blew my mind because she was my teacher. So at first I thought that I didn't realize across had an ED at the end of it. Like I had been wrong the whole time. I literally went to the library in my school to look up the word across, like just to see if there was an ED that I'd missed my whole life. No, I was just like, what the hell? And she said no other words in a weird way. It's just like somewhere along the way she was misinformed that there's an ED at the end of that, and then I found out it was a common motherfucking thing. Where did this come from?
It is a thing, and it's also usually the same people who use that one use I'm going to the Walmarts. I'm going to the Krogers.
It's
the
across
Myers.
the street from the Myers.
Yeah.
Why are you adding extra letters to everything? I want to go to the Walmarts across the street from the Myers. These letters aren't in these words.
Oh, I know.
Where did you get them?
Oh, look, Alan just put that in the Twitch chat too, saying the Walmarts and everything. Yes.
Yep.
Oh, it's so bad though. Like it's just a. And like I said, I don't hate anyone who does it like as a natural thing. It's a cultural thing, not based on IQ. I get that.
That's a lot of things, yeah. But I'm saying
that.
where the cultural thing stemmed oftentimes is less educated populace, is where it started. Not where it exists now. There's a big difference. Where it exists now is that's how you're raised. Where a lot of those things started is from lack of education on how to actually say the words, which is,
Well,
coincides with all that.
and that's the thing, I'm
But across, I don't think is anything to do with IQ that I know of. I'm talking about a lot of Southern accents.
It's literally just a kick in because I was born and raised in Southeast Kentucky.
And Mrs. Skeem, she says, I don't care about how people say words, but if people say I could care less instead of couldn't, yeah, that gets me annoyed. I could care less. No, duh. You could always care less. The whole point of the expression is that you are in such a state of not being able to care that you could not care less about this, because there is no possible way for you to care less about this item, so you couldn't care less. Why would you say you could care less? You could always care less, you dumb fuck.
I really hope my wife is watching right now because she has corrected me on this before.
No.
Because
good, she should.
No. The other way. I always say I couldn't care less.
And she's corrected you for saying it right.
Now, mind you, early on when we were together, she corrected me on that, and she got roughly the same rant that you just gave from me when she did. And so, this is the same person. When we were dating, I told her one time to stop texting me because she was the person, and it's her generation, I think. But like when she would type would've, like would've, WOULD apostrophe VE, she would type would of as two words, would of. Would have. I know. And I would always be like, please stop doing that. And like,
just like, try to keep your sanity, please don't.
I'm like, please stop. Like, don't send me that. And oh man, it's
how
one of those things.
How would make any sense as OF? Do you know what that word is for? It's what you would have done.
Right. Well, and again,
how does would of even work at all?
I think it comes from an accent.
The pronunciation, I get that, but shouldn't it be the first time you write it out that you realize it? Like, I would imagine the first time you wrote it out, you'd be like, oh shit.
Yeah.
And then you would figure it out real quick, like, oh, it's a conjunction. Like, I've never really spelled it out like this, but clearly I'm seeing it in front of me. Would of doesn't make any sense, so it's not that. You would think that would click the first time you write it out.
Yes, exactly. But
it didn't.
Nope.
There was no click.
It didn't. And I would always be like, please don't do that. Like
yeah, please don't.
It's would have. And then one day I was like, just please fucking stop sending me texts. When you want to say you would have done something, like, don't do it anymore. Like
no more, please.
Please just put your phone down.
I can't handle it.
Give me a call because it'll sound better than it looks.
It'll sound fine. It'll sound right. It's pronounced very similarly.
Yeah.
Oh, that hurts my soul, bro.
Those are the things though that I struggle with sometimes.
These
but yeah,
are a few of the most heinous of things.
But I've always been very pointed to say I couldn't have cared less or something like that. Yeah. Like in those situations. And when I think it was when we were first married, I said I couldn't care less about something, and she was like, you're supposed to say I could care less. And I'm like,
oh god damn.
I'm like, no, you're not. And she tried to go into like a fundamental argument to me on why I was wrong. No. And I was like, this is why you're retarded, and don't ever say that to me again. like God.
Those are the kind of things that
cunning linguist.
Like, I get into Charlie Day and the Always Sunny in Philadelphia meme where he's like staring at the board with all the like, you know what I'm talking about? That meme from It's Always Sunny. Charlie Day's like staring at his crazy, like, that is how I get when someone's trying to correct me and they're wrong.
Yeah.
Like, I usually, like, the anger usually gets replaced by manic hysteria quickly because I start losing my mind. Like, if I'm just like telling someone else they're wrong, I usually stay at anger. But at the moment someone confidently corrects me with obviously incorrect information, I go from anger to manic hysteria and insanity. The last time this happened was Mrs. Skeem and I were arguing about what's clockwise or counterclockwise in the direction that fan blades were going. And I started like frantically drawing a diagram of how a fan works and how it turns, because it was just the angle she was looking at it was making her kind of like flipped in her head of the way it was spinning. But she was so convinced that it had nothing to do with the way she was looking at it that I was like frantically like pulling out my phone like, no, I need to draw this for you. I need you to see that this is not how this works.
Yeah.
And like my poor dad was there and he's just like, she's right, and left because he was like, side with the woman and run. And that's what he did.
I've had several times where my dad's around and he's like, don't talk to your wife like that. You're going to end up divorced. And I'm like, if she's wrong, I can't help it. Like, I'm sorry.
The hysteria kicks in. I can't do, like, what I should do is just fix whatever I need to fix and be like, okay, and just ignore it. But I can't. I'm like, no, my dad is a stronger man than me. He literally just confidently and directly, because I was like, I need a third opinion. I was like, which way is counterclockwise? And he literally waited to see which way my wife said. And as soon as he got that information, he said, yep, she's right. And he literally just left.
Yep.
He drove home. He got out of there as fast as he could. And I asked him, I was like, wait, did you just not look at it? He's like, no, I didn't pay attention at all. I just waited to see what she said. And I didn't want to know which way it was turning. I didn't care who was right. I just needed to know what her opinion was. And then I was going to side with her. And he's like, you should do the same. I'm like, damn it. I can't. I'm not as strong as you.
These old men giving that old man knowledge on how to make a marriage work. Like,
no way. If that's how to make it work, it ain't going to fucking work.
Oh, man.
My brain can't handle it.
I can't either, especially if I know I'm right. And then what I hate is when you know that you're right and somebody comes with that, well, everybody's entitled to an opinion. I'm like, no!
It's not an opinion! You're fucking wrong!
You can have an opinion
You're entitled to being wrong.
Yeah.
You're allowed to be wrong.
You can have an opinion until I give you an objective reason that it is false. When I give you an objective fact that contradicts your opinion,
you have to prove my fact wrong or you're wrong.
Yes, exactly. Oh man, like that's the one. And sometimes Sierra can be the worst for that because she is the quickest to, it's like, okay, I swear she starts seeing that she's wrong in an argument and she's like, I'm done talking about it. And I'm like,
bro, I swear every time we talk about our wives, we're married to the same woman.
I know.
Because as soon as Mrs. Skeem gets a sniff in the air of a little bit of a she's like, I can't think right now. I can't talk to you right now. I don't like how you're talking to me. And then she will turn it into me being a villain.
Yes.
Because she got whiff in the air that maybe she's wrong.
Yes. And then it's like they get to the pouty point and it's like, okay,
yep.
I'm softening my tone now because I want you to understand that I'm right, but I don't want to hurt your feelings. And
but it's not going to work.
Nope. And then
you're
it's like,
done.
And then it's like,
you're fucking done for.
Just let it go. Just let it go. I'm done talking.
Let it go. It's not important. It doesn't even matter. You were yelling at me 5 minutes ago like it mattered until it clicked in your head that I was right. And now it doesn't matter. Now it's not important.
Yep.
We live that life, Tyler.
Dude, so many times.
We live it that life.
And just every time I'm just like, I need to have this conversation to fruition.
I need
right
it
now.
to stay important to the point that you acknowledge. I don't need you to acknowledge you were wrong.
Yeah,
you need
exactly.
to acknowledge that what I am saying is correct.
So
we can move on.
You can change your stance on this. I'm like, I've literally been winded at the end of my rope, and I'm just sitting there like, pinching the stress away, just going
like, no.
Just please stop pouting.
No, for sure though that it's about choosing your battles. Most of the time I stay silent, but things like the counterclockwise fan is something I had to be involved in because we needed the fan blowing the right direction for my son's room to get the proper air circulation for the season. So I can't just let that go and have the fan going the wrong way all year because the wife was wrong about which direction was clockwise or not.
Yeah.
I have to choose that battle. It seems petty, but it's actually like I can't just let that one slide. The alternative, I guess, is to just say she's right and then sneak in and change it later.
Well, you got to look at how because I've had this conversation before, probably not to the extent
Lil
that
Daisy's
you did.
mom says this is why I could never be a lesbian.
Hey.
She's like, Lil Daisy's mom, like, I couldn't deal with my bullshit.
It's why if sex wasn't a thing, I could very easily be gay.
Bro, think about how smart evolution or God, whichever you believe, was to make men so horny for women. The human race would have been gone from the gate.
Yeah,
without them.
yeah. It's like
There
wait.
is no. I have never talked to a man who hasn't shown some jealousy towards gay men because, like, oh, bro,
Well, it's
just fuck dudes.
It's just like I could just hang
Cheat
out with these
code,
guys
dude.
all day. Like
I could literally have a dude that's like my bro. Unfortunately, most of the gay guys we see act more like women, which defeats the purpose. But they're also like the totally like just regular dudes that just like dick.
yeah,
And I every time I'm like, bro, that is fucking dream.
yeah.
You tell me I would just be a regular dude with another dude. We're chilling, and then we're like, let's fuck. And there's no drama in between.
Yep,
Like the envy I have for gay dudes
yep.
is sometimes palpable. Because
Dude.
I know our species would have been extinct a long fucking time ago if it wasn't for how ramped up the horniness of the male part of our species is.
Right.
There has to be that incentive for us to put up with it. If it's not
No.
there, because that's the only thing that gets us far enough to have other incentives, like the family and actually loving this
Yes.
person. And then when we're old and not horny anymore, still being willing to die for this person, that never would get to that level
No.
if we weren't willing to put up with the bullshit because we were horny.
Well, and
Never.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, if there was a hack to just rewire your brain on that and just be like, okay, would be around. So Tyler, you were saying this would be
No,
around an hour.
never. We're not even on topic anymore. Don't you worry about it.
We're experiencing gay marriage without sex right now.
Listen, we wish we were gay for each other. We know how much easier our lives would be. Unfortunately, the thought is repulsive. My body hates me.
Exactly. It's like, why are you not like? Why can't you
Like,
take
come
one?
on!
Take one for the team. Like just.
For the boys, damn it! What do I gotta do?
I've thought about it too. I saw this dude. He did a TikTok the other day. He was like, I've got this thing. He's like, I'm looking for another man who just wants to get married. He's like, you can still bring chicks over. He's like, I don't care. He's like, we'll both have jobs and like pay for our own shit and do our own thing. He's like, if you want to hang out every evening and have a beer or something in the living room, he's like, cool.
That's fine.
He's like, if you don't, like, cool. He's like, but we'll just buy our shit together and then we'll have like our own shit.
I just want to have the security of a marriage,
Yeah, he
but
gave,
with a bro.
He gave like this long thing, and he started off like super serious. He's like, "Just hear me out. Just hear me out." He's like, "Cause I'm super serious." He's like, "Just hit me up if this is you." And like he went through it. Alan saw it too. It was great though. It was great. It was like,
Sounds, yeah, it checks out.
yeah, and
It
it's
makes
like,
sense.
it's like he's like, I just want the tax benefits of being married without the bullshit.
Bro.
Yeah.
Being gay would definitely make certain aspects of life a lot easier. Others
Yes.
a lot harder.
Oh yeah. I mean,
Especially with the social ostracization, all that shit, you know.
wish I could stick. with-
Another 50 from Little Daisy's mom. She apparently wish I could stick around longer. This is too fun. Love y'all. She's leaving and dropping money on her way out, and she was here for the dreams of homoeroticism that we'll never be able to fulfill.
Yep. Thank you, Little Daisy's mom.
Dude,
Hope
they
you have
got
a good night.
The church got the camps to turn the gays straight. Do they got camps to turn the straights gay? And does it work? I might be interested.
Where's
Conversion therapy, but reversal? Like, can I actually find guys hot? Like, I don't know, man. That sounds pretty appealing.
find your local churchofsatan.com?
Yo, Satan, turn me gay.
I don't know. Like,
How do I turn on that light switch?
oh, it's terrible. My grandma's gonna watch this video and then hate me.
Grandma, I already gave you a grandchild. Let me live my dreams now. Let me flourish.
He's one of those Jesus exorcisms.
Oh, man.
Every man who has experienced marriage in this chat right now agrees with us, though, is the thing.
It is true. I have seen 100% married man co-sign on this tangent.
I'm a happily married man who's still I have enough
As happily married as men could be to women are us.
Yes, and still I'm like, you know what though? It'd be real cool if I was gay. Like,
Bro. Be dope.
oh yeah, she does, Roxy.
Man.
Oh, I've given myself a headache with that. It is though. It's one of those funny things. Every time we talk about marriage, I'm like, I feel like Skeem. I've told my wife before. I'm
We're
like,
married to like the same woman. Basically,
yeah,
it
yeah.
sounds like.
I've told her that before. I'm like, I'm gonna start watching you at night. The last time we had one of these conversations, I was like, I'm gonna start making sure that you're not like
Not just bailing, putting
Yeah.
on like a mask and then
like, yeah, you're not rolling.
masquerading as my wife.
You're not, are you making a?
I mean,
3
I'm
hour,
always in the basement, so it's
Yeah,
like
well-
she's balancing it.
I'm either on the basement or on the porch. I'm like, okay, so when I'm gone, like, what are you doing?
Where are you going? You going to Schemes, and then
Yeah.
when he's gone, you coming back over here?
Yeah, like, because
Because the similarities are striking. Except for the grammar stuff. Couldn't
Yeah.
be Mrs. Scheme.
Oh, yeah,
She is a
no.
grammar Nazi.
Well, we fixed. I will say, I'm proud to say that we have fixed most of those.
she's
things.
been a grammar Nazi since I knew her. So
Yeah.
that would be quite an act she was putting on for you if she's moonlighting as your wife.
So Sierra's pretty young too. I married. We got married when she had just turned 21, and so
Yeah, Mrs. Scheme is my age. So.
yeah. So like the thing with that is like,
But they're still the same brain. It's a hive mind.
Yeah.
Just the two of them. It's a two-person hive mind.
yeah. Oh man. So that artificial album.
Yeah, we've talked about that for like a third of the stream,
Yep.
maybe.
Which is impressive because we're at 4 hours. So I mean, a third is still some pretty good coverage.
Okay, then a fourth of the stream. We only talked about it for 1 hour.
That's true. I stayed on track really well this time though. I'm usually not
Yeah.
as good at staying on track for the first hour.
We did it. We did a good job. This has been 4 hours. God damn.
Yeah,
It has.
it's probably time to wrap up.
Probably. Yeah, it's midnight. It's time to
We
say
should-
goodbye.
we should-
Buy this. It's cheap. It's on my website. It's linked in the description. If you can't buy this, for the love of God, this coming Friday at 6 p.m. Please show up at the premiere so that I'm not like with like 10 people and feeling like terrible about myself. Please God, and share it if you like it, and if you don't like it, just tell me that it sucks. Just I need something from y'all.
Please be there.
I need to give it a chance that people who followed me 2 years ago but have forgotten about me because YouTube doesn't recommend them sees my shit because you guys all watch it and share it and like it. Because honestly, I have a very wide reach if the people who have ever existed around me actually saw this. So please help me. Thank you.
Pre-orders are still up. The link is in the description. And
If you pre-order before Monday, you'll probably get it before it comes out on Friday because I'm shipping them out on Monday.
the shenanigans are real. Hello, Kat. Yes, the shenanigans are real. They have been real for 4 hours, and now we're winded.
We're leaving now. You missed it.
But definitely
Buy this shit.
pre-order the album. The link is in the YouTube description again.
I'm gonna. I'm not a mod on Twitch. So wait, I am a mod on Twitch.
are a mod
I'm
on
dropping it
Twitch.
in Twitch. If you're on Twitch, here's the link.
This stream will be back up after next Friday. Next Friday, though, super important if you guys are watching, make sure that you're there for the premiere. I will be there for the premiere with everything muted and paused, but I will be in the chat probably. So
6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on my We Skeem channel. Please watch Artificial with me. It's 34 minutes, so be prepared to sit around for a while. But I put everything I have into this to make it that I don't waste your time. So every bit of effort that I have, all of the insomnia and family time lost and sanity lost that I went through the past several months putting this together as a completely solo project was done with a very large and deliberate intent to make it that it's not just about me, that it's relatable to you, that it's not just a me show, and that it's something that you would feel at the end that did not waste your time. And I hope to have achieved that.
Scheme long-winded. All right.
So
Well,
please be there if you can. Go there right now. Let me link it right now so you can set a fucking reminder since everyone forgets like I do.
yes.
Because it's already up with the premiere. Like, I've made it very easy for people to not forget. I'm doing what I can to make it that, hey, this is where you go the link is up for a full damn week beforehand. You could click YouTube, give me a notification for this video. Make sure I'm there. If you are in this stream as we're leaving, please add this to a notification if you are here. Thank you.
And then an hour or two later, come back and hang out with me while we talk through the whole thing for another 4 hours or so.
I'll be there for that, I'm sure.
I don't want to cut because it's a Friday. I might actually not. Well, no, I want to do it on Friday.
Friday's usually my reaction streams. I'll just have to move it around since it's like a big ass thing coming out.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't want to. I didn't want to cut into your reaction stream, but I was gonna.
Well, I
mention
mean,
that
with
later.
this coming out, I'd rather the focus be on this.
Yeah.
While the iron is hot.
Right.
And I'll just, Saturdays are usually my music days. I'll just make Saturday or Thursday a reaction stream. It's been enough effort that I want to prioritize it.
Right. Right on, right on. Well, appreciate everyone rolling through. If somehow you don't know Skeem, I know that we've at least gotten one new order for the album, so
Hot.
so mission accomplished. Appreciate everyone hanging out, rolling through, stopping in as long as you could, all that good stuff. Hopefully you guys have a great night, and this will be back on the channel after Friday, so probably like Friday night if you guys want to click back through and rewatch some of the moments or anything. It won't come back to Twitch just because once I take VODs off of Twitch, it's too much of a...
I have a question for you. I know you're planning on reacting to this until the cows come home.
Sure. Well, I'm going to try not to be obscene with it.
No, that's fine. Since I usually would do something after something like this drops, do you want me to just hang out with you on your reaction?
Yeah, we can do it
I
together
won't
if
do
you
the
want to.
reacting, but if you wanted to like ask me shit real time, since I'd be in the chat anyway, it's easier.
Sure. Yeah, that actually probably makes more sense.
Do you guys like that as an idea, or would you rather me be off screen and in the chat? Because I don't know as a viewer what you would find more interesting. Because, my interference might be something that people don't want regarding how Alpha reacts, but it could be something that you do want.
I react the same way whether you're here or not. You know that. When it's my time to talk on a reaction, I'm going to talk.
Yes, we got another order from Kat. Much love to you.
Yes, on screen.
Getting my thoughts on the process sounds amazing.
On screen. I don't think anyone said no to that.
So, I mean, we could do that.
Yeah.
I might do like a redirect live stream
Yeah.
on my main channel to try to kind of or
You could probably
I
stream
don't know.
it
I
too.
mean, we could stream it. We could
we could
be on Discord. We could both stream it.
yeah, that was what I was about to say. You could probably stream it too if we're both on Discord.
Yeah, we could both stream it, and I'll like at the top of each of our links, we could pin each other's channels to do some kind of cross promotion for each other's channels.
Yeah.
Since I know our communities overlap a lot, but they're not completely overlapped.
I think that works the best.
Yeah. So I think we could both stream it and just use Discord call, and they'll see us through both streams.
Yep.
Same thing, but you'll be in control of the pause button for once instead of me.
And then your community will hate me because
No, they like pausing if they're from my community.
Well, I know they like pausing, but I don't know if they like my flavor of pausing, but
Honorary pause gun. Well, the irrelevant pausing sometimes is a frustration. But the sidetracking will probably be more entertaining with me there, I'm sure.
Right. It'll be fun either way. So plan on it, everyone. And yeah, I saw that Streamlabs has collab cam now. I couldn't figure out how to make it work on my. On this stream.
We'll see if we can figure that out. I'll see if I can figure that out.
Yeah.
I doubt it by Saturday or by Friday, but we'll see.
You used it last. Well, I'm gonna call Kat tomorrow and just get her to tell me how to make it work. Then.
All right, have Kat tell you, and then we can use that. So we can dual stream, and we'll test it. We'll test it before Friday.
Right on. All right, everyone. Dope. Have a good night.
Bye.
Appreciate you all. Love you guys. And I got to figure out where my stream ending thing is. It's right here. Let's go.